messy, upside down, in the way, interference. 20 years of my life, whether I am looking at the ways I work differently, whether I analyze what I do differently, am I learning anything? Am I here to show you what I've learned? Or am I here to share with you what I believe might be pertinent? That I shouldn't waste anybody's time unless you're not here for the reason of what I have to share. It's a long process. You watch Games of Thrones. You have looked into the past at history. History that you can go back so far. Can you complete studying history? There's a word or a song that has been sung by one Queen of Hearts. 62 and 52, 10 apart. What is 10? What is 5? What are numbers? What is the skeleton reflection of everything and all? Is to know what you know, to try to find what is in the void, the anomaly that says, oh my God, I can't believe. 5. How many ways to create 5? So this is what we're going to work at. How many ways to create 5, to see how I think. First, I'm going to do it in my basic. And the basic is number 42. Also to note, AD equals to 5 and BC equals to 5. Yes, do note the plus sign. So I'm going to have to look for location now. And I see the plus sign is located with the equal sign. Okay, so I found that location. And these two, this one here squiggly, does that mean I'm adding onto it? This says go back to the beginning. So there's number 5, and we can see number 5, right? This is the way the number 5 comes to be, right there. This comes with number 5. I can also tell you that the V and E have a life between them. It's the 5th and the 4th letter. They are a reflection on the cube. The 4 corners and the one to the center makes up this 5 value. Are there any other ways to show this 5 value? Can it be the picket fence? Now do note that if I would have did this with the picket fence, right, where would I be starting? How do they talk about this picket fence? And at the same time, you know what, let's shorten up this picket fence a little bit. This is the 14th letter. 1 plus 4 equals to 5. We also note sometimes, right, They might call this Taurus. Like the bull. But the bull, you sometimes put this on, right? Is this the way they taught you about the V when you were growing up? We can also look at this as second. We also look at 5, but in this 5, we see that there's a row man. I wonder if he's ashore. Because it was not once, not twice, but that's right, it was 3 row men. Now, when they were the row man, how do I not know they were not the woman? When does 23 come into play? When does this? Here is the 9th, and here is the 23rd, and here is the 4th, and here is the 18th. What's going on here? They both equal to 27. This is their reverse alphabet. When do they come to be? And do you know your ABCs, right? C's, because it's not 1C, it's 2C, right? See that in between? Well, if I take this, I make the D. And if I make this, I make the B. You notice the way the D becomes before and the other one comes after? See that line? If I was working in Roman numerals in the same fashion, you would look at this and you would say 4. Or maybe you would write it this way, right? And you would say 6. So what are you not saying about C but the division between the two, noting that 3, 1, 3. Or if you want, now we're on Wednesday. And all we started off with is the number 5. So it doesn't show that anybody is anywhere on any of my videos, which is extremely, extremely exhausting. So I have to not look and just think that I'm not doing a live. Very hard for me to do these lives when no one's here. So if I don't see you for the beginning, go back. Maybe I'll come back and start all over again. But it's so pertinent that I'm running down that rabbit hole and telling you everything I see as I go by. I'm going to have to go back by you reminding me what I did and set me back on the trail. So I have my bunny ears up for my ham radio, right? I have to bring in the ham radio with the bunny ears. Are they both on this planet or one is from beyond? Because ham radio will connect to that singular moon and my bunny rabbit, right, will connect to the Mars moon. How do we mix together Mars, Haaretz, the land that is real, Rael, Lear, Rael, Lear, El, Real, Eller, Ra, Sun. What am I doing right now? We're looking to see what is in the word Zion. We need to see what is in the word of zero. We need to understand the word zero in its own, noting that starts with the 26th letter and not with the first letter, right? The A, E, and I, to note, they are one. There is one division of what is A, or connection or communication. There is the E world in which it is implanted when the mirror comes in which the child takes the first picture, okay? The child takes the first picture, right? First we take the first one, we get that spirit, and we bring it into the confines, and then we add on the diamond, the child that connects 2, 4, 6, and 8, and the rest of your bases. And you have a total of 9, where we had 1 and the 3 creation, or the 3 creation for the CC creation, When you bring these two together, what you might see as 0, possibly can see as 00. Understanding it for the letter combination that sounds like high ends, high ends, high ends, H-I-N-Z. Also noted to what is great and what is Britain. Because you have a wider part of the flag, you have two parts of this. How do these cubes work? What is going on with the numbers of 1, 1, and 1? First of all, to note that here's the first one. After that, here's the second one coming in with a 2B. After that, you want to know where the third one is. It's here. It's in the E world. It's A, and it's C, and it's E. Ace. Your birth brings you into this world from the 9 birth. From the simple 9 birth. Slides you down the tube into the 6th world of man. This brings you into your 8. You're living in your 6, but you're in 8, running in 2 moons and 1 moon at the 7th gate. At the 7th gate is Luna. Tattletaling along, okay, tattletaling along. To note we're in the beehive, because this connection into the percentage, which is known as the AVG, the average, right, is going to connect you. 1 is going to connect the 6. And what happens? You get a touch down, and it's 6 points. But if I wrote this down, do you know what I see over here? Right? I see 59. I don't know what you see, but I see 59. Okay, so let's fix that up. We're going to fix that up. Thank you very much. I got a radio voice sound, so what I'm going to do is possibly, hold on a second. Okay, that's not plugged in there. Let me, okay. Now, this is not the same camera. What about now, Sir Rain of Africa? Well, there's no Sir Rain. It's Rain in Africa. Rain in Africa. A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, upset D. To be obsessed, A, B, C, D, A, F, C, D, obsessed, obsessed. So how is it now, Mr. Rain Africa, if you are still here? At the same time, possibly, I'm going to be, if anybody's watching on my Rumble channel, anybody's watching on the Rumble channel, sound is the same, okay? So hold on a second. I'm shutting down a few things and seeing if I can change the sound. Just see if I can just knock some stuff off. Okay. Sound input. Okay, I need to change the sound input. Let me take a look and see if I know what I'm looking at here. Audio. Okay, tell me what it sounds like now. Browser not supported for background noise removal. Okay, so let me okay, are you saying it's better now? I did nothing.
So let's do this again. It's 11:36. I'm looking at the avatar right here, and it says much better. Is that much better even now? Let me see your finger, like even now. What if I said even now, right? What if I said now? Or what if I said now? How do you know this now? I mean, this now part to me, when I do this, do you know what I'm doing? I'm checking to see if the water is hot. If I do this, like I'm pointing at you, don't point at me. So what's the point of the matter? What's the point of the matter? So if I'm pointing at somebody, what's the point of the matter? Look what finger I'm using, right? Now, I'm not sure how to count this because my hand mixes me up. I seriously just want to count 4 and 1. I really do. I really do. But when I go bowling, I put these 2 fingers in the ball, right? And then I use this one. So is that the way the control goes, right? I get this one and these 2. So I get 1, 3, and 4 coming together, or 1, 2, and 3 coming together from the opposite side. Like what would I use? What 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I use 1, 3, 4. But if I use this as 1, I use 2, 3, and 5. So that's B, C, and E. 23.5, 47, half of the word time. 23.5 is also the separation between W and D, which is the separation between 3 and 4, or what is C and D. C and D, C and D, C and D, C and D. Does it ever change? Is there a changeover? Yes, there is a changeover with C and D. C, check it out. You can't find it. You know why? Because it's on the opposite side. A, B, C. Somebody please tell me. Oh, okay, I can go back to my own stream and see the difference. Okay, yes, I could. But if you say it's good now, that's fine. Thanks very, very much. C and D. A, B, C. 1, 2, 3. Now, I can be so out of my realm that what I'm doing is completely makes no sense, but I'm just going to show you where I find it elsewhere, what it does elsewhere. And then we have to think amongst us in the thesis of the theory saying, I don't know, because here it is. When you go to the game of roulette, there's 36 numbers, and I have it on the floor in design. There's 36 numbers. When I connect all my numbers up, right, it shows me, okay, this is the anomaly on the roulette board. Okay, if you're doing numerology, counting everything to a single digit, when you get to 10, it's 1. When you get over to 19, 1 and 9 is 10, 1 plus 0 is 1. When you go to 28, 2 and 8 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. The difference is 10 and 28 are both black on roulette. The 1 and the 19 are both red. They're showing me that 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are all red. 23 is red. 25 and 27 is red. 29 is black. Although the first 9, was red, and the second 9 was red, the third 9, 29, is black. Does that mean 38 is going to be, does that mean when we get to the next 9 at 39, will that be red? The red number with the 9 and a blank, a single digit, was red. When you had the odd number with the odd number, it remained red. When I put 29, an even number, with the odd number, it went blank. So when I go to 39, because they're both, will it go back to a red again? Showing me, red again, renegade, that it's intertwining between the positive and the negative. The 1 or 10 does the same thing, but it does it every second one. With the number 9, it's only doing it on 29 and 49 and 69 and 89, but it's not doing it in 9. Also to note that when you have 9 or 19, 1 plus 9 is 10, 1 plus 0 is 1. When you go to 29, 2 and 9 is 11, 1 and 1 is 2. So we're showing you we're in the bee house. We're in the B5 of the beehive. In the beehive, to note that there's a core area that is central to all. Let's call it 7. In a hexagon of the beehive, it is the total of 6. But the hive alone is noted to be what is 5. B and E. It is in the 5th house. A, E, I, O, and U. Understanding our vowels. Understanding where the letters come in. And yes, there's English, French, and Spanish that one might say ba, one might say B, one might say R, the other will say air. So they're switching between A and E, but this is French, English, and Spanish. So A for English, E for English. F, okay, as in coming into the house, into the 5th house, the sound of E is before F, okay, telling me what I am carrying F. If E is first, it's telling me it's alpha. If E is second, it's telling me it's beta. Now the question is from the right to left or the left to right. Note that center C of the piano from right to left, like the Hebrews write, right? The followers of the moon is 29. 929 to a 911. But when from left to right, when you write here, okay, you have the 24, 2 and 4, right? 24 and 29, 53. Also to note that I just saw today, and it was amazing what I saw today, and hopefully I can pick up the right pictures. And it's this picture over here. I have to be able to get this over to you. Hold on a second. Hexagon in its own has a hidden cube within it. Yes, there's a point in the back. Absolutely. So the actual size, when we're bringing dimension to the 6 sides of the hexagon, is no longer 6 sides. I have to draw that point out. So would not the hexagon be a total of 12 sides? How do you resize that hexagon into like that, like into this, right? How can I do that? I'd have to cut this angle off here and then cut this angle off there, right? So I have to figure that one out. So I think I create 4 and 4. I create 8 marks, right? If I cut this corner off over here, right? I'm going to make, although I'll have one flat space, how many points will I have? 3 extra points here and 3 extra points here. So I'll have 6, right? And will I take this 1 point away? So I'll have 3 here and 3 here, 6, take away 2 from 8 is 6 equaling to 12. Do you follow what I'm saying with this? Now I lost my place, so just give me a second to catch up. Anyways, regardless of that dimension that I don't have the number right now, I think it's 12. So we have to understand what is the 12? Where does it come from? Then all of a sudden, oh my God, that if I have the 12, can I have that one gate separation in the center? Automatically 6 and 6 is a 6, 1, 6 because you have the passage in the center. And note, because it's a hexagon, pending if it's perfectly hexagonal, like at 60 degrees, I don't like to make it at 60 degrees because when I draw onto my square paper, right, everything comes out on 45-degree angles. I don't have 60-degree angles. And if I do create 60-degree angles on my quadro paper, I'm going to be running through a different square, cutting that square in part. So it's going to tell me that the world is made cut up, right? They bent it in instead of leaving it on the proper 45 angle, 45-90. Again, we're going to say something else. When it's H and it's 8, it's over here. And when it's over here and I'm lying in it, it's my bed. 8 for 8 hours at night for the heavens. 16 is when I'm standing up. And when I'm standing up at 16, it's my 9 birth, 9 and 16. Okay? The 16th letter is P. The 9th letter is I. I'm constantly changing and rotating, but I still come back to the heartbeat of the human life and the energy that I am. To note that why am I here is for the transparency to be in view, that where I see Those who say the Lord does not share and the Lord is not here, I show you that the Lord has never left, that the imprints of all creation are in front of us. It's just that when you find a crumb on the floor, you didn't know all that flour can make you a cake. So you have to gather all the crumbs as the mouse ran up the clock, and the clock is struck one. One for 60 creation, right? 6 and 1 go together. 60 minutes equals to the 1 hour. 60 seconds equals to the 1 minute. So how our numbers associate. Note that there's a division between 6 and 1. 1 on this side, 6 on the other. Anyways, an Irish kite. You woke up this morning. Nobody else woke you up. Now you can say, well, thank God. Well, of course, that was the goal. They made use of your heart and you get up in the morning. That's how you were made. So you're going to thank God. Now I want to ask you a question. You build a toy and you hope the next day when you turn the toy on that it works, right? Who built that toy? Well, don't you want to build that toy to the best of your ability so that toy wakes up every single morning? So let's say that toy was your car and you needed to get to point A to point B. Can you rely on that car? So I'm going to create you so you can take me where I need to go. So that car ended up to be you. So God created, needed more memory, except the whole thing is the memory spoke back. In fact, you look in the mirror, you can see yourself talking to yourself. You put it on a recorder. But instead, this time you can't find your recorder. So you asked the recorder to follow you. So you gave the recorder your legs and it became you. And then you couldn't communicate, so you put all of yous in the same bubble that we breathe the air. And every time we breathe this air, call it oxygen. Some will call it what? What do you call air? Or to some people, it's just air, right? But it's an association of something for a reason. It has a value to it beyond just the breathing. It's the communication between you and the aether. Now, where does this aether belong? Where is it? It's in the belly of the whale, in the womb of our creation. You cannot know what you do not find, what you do not seek. Seeking and knowing the difference. And what does it mean? Well, we'll just sweep it up and put it in the garbage can. And one day that garbage can is part of your memory. When somebody says something, you say, oh my God, I saw that once. I heard that once. You chose. You're choosing. You're making decision. God made you do nothing other than giving you the free will to have choice. Because you are the extension and you are the creation. And you create. You are the end of the hands of the Lord of the creation. We dig up what they need. Listen to the stories, what they need to survive, what the Palladians need, what this one needs, what that one needs, because we're living somewhere. There's something that might interfere with us. We need to make sure that the system we're in for the thousands and billions of years continues to fight the beast, because there is a beast out there. There truly is a beast out there. It's all the opposition of things that you do not know. That's the beast. The beast is the nature that you've never been able to really communicate with all the nature, other than how you manipulated the nature to be able to talk with, I'm talking to you, you're listening to me. We're that moving physical nature, the plants and the trees and the meat. We are that extension. Now we want to protect ourselves from the outside enemy. 69. Area, space. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3. Mass. The 31 cycle that we run with the moon and the energy, to the 3 years and 1 year of the leap year, to the ABC 6. And when you add D4 equaling to 10, 1 plus 0 is 1. We flip the sides over again. What are we flipping over again in this universe? 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3. How do we fit it in the scale of 9 and 10, 11 and 12, 13 and 14? What's going on as we move up the ladder with numbers? I'm going to show you right now here on this paper, if I can remember when I stop to show what went through my mind and what I saw. Sometimes I'd lose myself. I'm hoping I do not. So let me see. I hope we don't lose this camera over here. Buzz, buzz, hexagons and bees, hexagons. So let's see where I was. I just want to see because I'm going to have to go back and listen to myself, right? We have 1, we have 2, we have 3, and we have 4. When we add it, we get 10. We get 1 and 2 and 3. And when we add it, we have 6. Oh, I don't like that camera. How do I create that focus? Oh boy, let me get this here. Right. Okay. Oh, hold on a second. I might want to use my other camera, but I'm not sure which camera I'm using. Okay, we have this. So now what we do, okay, is we have 1 and 2 equals to 3, and then we have 1 equals to 1. So we did this over here, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to go A, B, C equals to 6. A, B, C, D equals to 10. Over here, 1 plus 0 equals to 1. So we started over again on the 4th area. I'm not happy with the camera. Wow, I'm not even sure where the other camera is plugged in. Okay, just want to see this camera over here. I have another camera on and I have no idea why. Okay, so now we have this over here. So what happens over here? Wow, I don't like that this is happening. Just give me a second. I want to see if I can switch over to my other camera. So my other camera is blank. My camera is blank, right?
Okay, there we go. So we got A, B, C, D. So what happens now with numbers is we have to bring up the teacher. I want to know if this thing is real. Is this thing real? Is this how it works? Are there 9 numbers? Now we also spoke, remember the dial phone, right? Always had more positions. And we also need to understand what is 12, right? Remember we need to mirror. So what happens over here next is going to be A, right? A, let me see if I did this right. Sorry, B and C and D equals to 9. We have A and B and D equals to 7. That's our 7th gate right over here. It's a bad 7th gate. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go A and C and D, and now we get 8. So now we can see what we got from A, B, C, D, right, was 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There is no 2, there is no 4, there is no 5. We're going to have to leave this over for after, right? So where we're going to go to over here is now what we need, right, is we need to understand how these numbers work, Okay, now this dice cube tells me it's 7, so 6 and 1, 7. 6 and 1, 7, so AF equals to 7. And then we're going to get, right, that's AF. Now we get B and E. B and E. So we're showing that the A goes into this house over here to begin with. We're showing you the E goes into the Venus house, right? And this is going to be 7. Then we're going to show you that, look at that. We have C and D, right? And that's going into the 7th house. Noted that these 4 over here and these over here, you see the difference? They both contain the 4 of D. D and D. D is already within the 5. So D is already within this one over here. Note that A is both in the 5 and in the 3, so they're all intertwined, right? Now that we have all these numbers, the reverse on this, okay, over here, and then I'm going to have to go back and show you what I was doing with all those other numbers. So what we have over here, okay, is if you have 1, 1 extends to 9. 5 sits in the center. We were going 1 and 6 equaling to 7. The opposite way was 3 and 4 equal to 7. Well, if we're going to do this over here, shouldn't we just do the bottom part as well? And that'll be 6 and 7 equals to 13, which is the same thing as 6 and 1 equals to 7. The difference is one of the worlds is going this way, the other one of the worlds is going this way. So when you look at this dice cube, you can see that on the 3, this one is slanting this way. So which one would this be, right? This one would go over here. So that means you would have these 6 up. Now, once you have the 6 up and you go with this line, well, that line goes with that line over here. So that means this line goes with that one over here. The reverse of this letter over here goes with this letter over here. And the reverse of this one over here will go with this one over here. We also have to note that they're both in a line with the same letter, and it's this letter over here. They both crisscross, okay, through the same letter. Although this one is 8 and 1, we can pass the 9 through it. Although this, did I get that? Yeah. Although this one over here is 4 and 5, I can pass the 9 through it. 4 and 5, 9, 8 and 1, 9. 4 and 5, 9, 8 and 1, 9. Everything is located over here. As we spin around the number wheel, we will be waking up the numbers of 7, 9, 11, and 13. That's the base number around the wheel. And we use the movement of the rook. The rook is a moving of 1 and 2. So if we start at 1 and we move 2, we move up 1, 1 and 6, 7. The rook from 2 over 1 up 2, we create 11. The rook from 3 all the way up and over, we create 11. Continue with the rook moving 1 up and 2 over for 13. And as we're moving all these over, right, the end result to a single digit is right here, 7, 9, 2, and 4. We reduce this to a 2, we reduce this to a 4, 13 comes in Mars. 13 comes up in Mars. I just want to bring up one thing I had in the background here. Right here. Sorry. Yeah, just over here, right here. Just give me a second. I just have to need to do something for a minute. Trying to see where my film is over here. I'm just looking at some for a minute. Yeah, okay. Where am I? Where's that picture? Just give me a second. Okay, here's the picture. Okay, I got the picture. I have to shut that background noise off. Wow, why can't I shut that noise off? Okay, I did. Okay, here it is. So this is what I found today. I did not know this. There was an article written about this. Check this out. This only has 4 splits in it. This is showing the Hebrew alphabet, right? This is telling me that this is Mars. This is 2 cubed. No, is it 2? Wait, 2, yeah, it's 2 cubed. This is 2 cubed. This is not the Earth, 3 cubed. That is crazy that I saw this. I don't know where it came to be, and there was a whole bunch of other numbers on it. Right now I'm going to get a drink in the kitchen of water. If you have anything to ask or tell me. I lost my space for a little bit. The shepherd hook pharaoh has a hook and a rook. Well, the movement is all the rook. The movement is that rook. The movement is that rook. I have a lot of things on tap. I never did think I did. I was just trying to show you right at the beginning with this that the reason we have all these numbers up here is because even though our base creation is here, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D is our base creation, right? And I'm going to show you why we need the 9, why we need the 12, right? We also need to note that what the cross is, okay, what that cross is, we have to look at things a little bit differently. You have to understand Rubik's Cube has a cross. NASA, Mona Lisa, said NASA, has a cross. You cross through the 19th position. You tell me where the 19th position is. You tell me about 9/11. You tell me where you saw it. You tell me what you think it means. I'll show you where I find this, where it actually shows up in numbers, that any child can figure this out, because the movement of the rook is 7, 9, 11, 13, because that's the base movement of the numbers. If that's the base movement of the numbers, you need it to happen on 6 sides. 54. 54. Do you know that there are only 36 reflective numbers? Only 36. Which means if I use 1, I can use it with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But then when I go to 2, right, I can't go to 1 because I used it with 1, 2. But it is different, because imagine if I told you I have 1, 2. What if I said I had 2 1s? What if you said you had 4 2s? So that means if I had 4 2s, right, or 2 4s, so that means in 2 of my hands I'm going to holding 4s. If I had 4 2s in 4 of my hands, I'd be holding 2s. So that's the difference, and that's why you have to use the doubling up numbers. Although the end result for balance, and to note that to run everything on the clock in the center here, that's always going to be number 1. Whether it's here, 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 or here, that's in the house of Bate. The circumference is our birth. The reason for Pluto not being there right now is because you're here now. It's there and it's here and it's smaller, right? It is the outer belt of memory. Can we use it that way? It's the final vibration within your birth, the smallest thing. 7, 9, 11, 13. I'm just trying to think. So the other thing about that is what do you see? The empty space. Do you count the empty space? Yes. I'm a builder. I need to count the empty space. Look, I'm living in it. Imagine if this entire building was 500 square feet and I walk into the building and I'm 2 square feet. If I walk into this 500 square building and I'm 2 square feet, I now have 498 square feet of the building and a 2 square footer in it too. Although it was 500, although you didn't take out the space, I am occupying the space. Occupied space. There's the other word is area space, occupied. Area space equals to 69. This is where it all began. 69, the leftover for 69 is 41, which is king or home. So now I put a crown in this space because I'm standing here. I've crowned it with myself. I am the character that occupies the space. 69 is 3 times 3, 3 plus 3. 69 also, to bring this to 100, is 31. 31 equals to cube. 31 also equals to the movement of our star system, which is the 3-1-3-1-3-1 system, which the center of the system of 313 is 313. That brings you 7. The Wednesday is that one day. Now, if you want to move that one day to the last day on the Saturday, the day of rest, that means we're going to have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We have the Saturday that's in between, and then we have the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So instead of me splitting up my week on Wednesday, I'm going to have to start splitting up my week a little bit different. I think I'm going to take a 4-3 week, which it's a 3-1-3 week, right? Or I can take a 6-1 week, right? And well, that'll be just 6-1. Or I can go the 5-2 week, where it'd be the 5 days of the week and the 2 days of the weekend. So I have to figure out how those 2 days of the weekend are going to connect to my 5 days of the week, understanding and noting that what I'm talking about is I'm just referring to the 2-5 on the cube. I'm referring to the 4-3 on the cube. I'm referring to the 2-5 on the cube. All those 7s, right? The 3-1-3 is the cycle we run. Number 31, go to jail. I'm going to show you the Monopoly board after, and the 40 areas of the Monopoly board is not just 40 areas. If you're looking for 40, we needed to reach the corners. 1 and 9, 7 and 3, 4 and 6, 2 and 8. Of that 40, we only can live 20 and 20. The outside is 20 and the inside is 20. The inside world of 20 of the outside world of 20. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 as well. In French, they stopped saying homely numbers, okay, once you reach 69. And when I say homely numbers, what I mean is I don't want to use, in order to say 70 in French, you're going to say 60 and 10. 70. Listen, 70. The word A, E-T, equals to 25. You're adding the E to the T or the 2 and the 5 together. The house of bait, the earth house, the heart of the house. That earth house, the repeating of this word, if you say it in English to me, I'm going to go and, finishing an N-D, which is telling me it's the house of bet because N-A-N-D finishes with N-D, and that's in the word second. So I know what's in the word second. I know second goes with silver. I know at one point there are 2 silvers. There are 2 silvers with a chance to get gold at the point of when you reach the finals. In hockey or in other final games, when you reach the finals, you have 2 teams that have beat the runner-ups, that turn those runner-ups, okay, into one that might remain a runner-up and the other that will return into a bronze. Because once 2 teams advance, going for the gold, they leave 2 teams behind. They're both bronze. You get 2 bronze to 2 silver to where one leaves the silver plateau and ends up in the gold. But it's 2 silver and 2 bronze. So we see that the houses at one point, there were also 4 bronze, where one was going to end up to be runner-up no matter what. So we have the 3-1 cycle again. Because you have 4 teams coming to the finals. When you count them down, you don't know who's going to end up to be bronze. Is it the one because their record wasn't as good, or is it because they didn't move up into the silver, so they definitely ended up with their season record counting for their runner-up finish in the finals? If you can follow that, if you can't, please ask me. I'll repeat it again. It's just simple because I can see it. Now, to get back to ET or AND, that when you say, okay, 70, you're saying 60A, meaning AND, or DNA. When you say 80, you're actually say 420. Okay? You say 420. This is the way 80 is said. There is no ET. When you say 81, right, you're going to say this. When you say 80 in French, you say 80. So 420 is 80. When you say 81, you say 81. There is no ET used in the 80. And when you say it and you say this, which is not right to be 84, right? It's supposed to be 81. 81 is the Venus house. It's a square house. It's where the cube comes in. The 21 dots on the cube to the 33 dot void to where it's 22 and 11 dots. I will explain that to you. This is Pluto. It's 3 by 28 cycle moons. You have 4 times that cycle moon to equal to a completion of 3 full cycles of Pluto in 1 year. 12 moons. I'll also have to try and remember to explain that as well. So when you talk into the 80s, you do not use. Now when you go to the 90s, it's completely different. When you go to the 90s, you say 42010, 90. There is no interruption with ET all the way up. 91, 92, 93, 97, 98, 81, 82, 83. There is no A and this. 21, 22. You see, the ET disappears, okay? It shows up on 1, like in 21, it's 21, 31. 32 does not use ET anymore. 33, 34, 35. Okay, it's only on the number 1. And then it gets removed. When you say 71, you say ounce. Now, ounce is sometimes understood as an ounce. There's 16 ounces to a pound. There's 28 grams to an ounce. So we have to understand also that formation. If there's transparency in creation outside of the book, I am telling you everything inside that I find. Inside my realm, inside this YouTube channel, everything I find that is found on the outside world and can be reflected back to the outside world if you choose to do so. Yes, correct. So when you get to the and, you also get to etc., or the and sign is located on the number 7 key of your keyboard, telling you that your DNA, okay, is separated at the gate between animal and man, right? Between 6 and 8, the hexagon life, okay? The reason and where I find this is looking at your dice cube and your calculator and your Rubik's Cube, okay, is we already know that within 53/8 is 42. That 5 times 3, 5 plus 3 will equal 23, which equals 2 and 3 equals 5. That 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 equals to 8 and 6. 8 and 6 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. One was 23. The other one was 14. It just so happens that 23 and 14 will connect the numbers, okay, in between over here. Right over here, if you go up from the feet over here and you see the Y over here, we're going to connect here and here. That X is number 23, and this Y is number 14. Let me see if I got this straight up here. Yes, this Y is 14 and this X, middle left over here, right? So we're going to take this off right now, go back to the comments. So now we know that this and this, your 2, 3. Now where can that be found? 1 times 6, 1 plus 6 equals 7 and 6, 13. So we got the 13, so we got the 1 and 3. 7 times 6 is 42. We have the 1, 2, 3, 4 from that combination there, which brings together, and it's the 1 and 6, that's the outer rim, that brings together everything else. You ever make a bundt cake? You know the way it goes like this? If you slice the bundt cake, what's it called? You'll end up with the W in the center. So your outside rim goes to your inside rim, goes to your outside rim. The outside rim is Pluto. The inside rim, is that's where your alpha is. And then all that other area, is the life you live, except it's been split up. Or there's 2 bundt cakes. Or it's dimensional, it's multi-dimensional. But I don't have to talk about that because you already know that the separation of everything is that E. To the 2, 3, 4 on one side, that when we swing around, maybe we work together. How it all intertwines, I don't know. I have to be shown something a little bit different. But now what we're going to do is we see the 5, 1, 6. Right? I just want to write this down because sometimes I tend to forget. The 2 times 4 equals 8. The 2 plus 4 equals 6. 8 plus 6 equals to 14. The reverse is 3 times 5 equals to 15. And 3 plus 5 equals to 8. 8 and 15 equals to 23. I just want to show you that now you can see. They're both equal to 5. It's 8 and 6. It divides the 7th gate. And if it wasn't for the game of craps at the casino, and you can find everything I do exists online. You can go to the store and buy dice and a calculator. You can look everywhere you look is a word. Starts with every letter in the alphabet from A to Z, and everybody's allowed to know. Okay, I'm telling you right now, I'm giving everybody permission to know your ABCs. And you don't have to ask me for the permission, but I give you the doorway to know your ABCs. And not that you can know what they are because you already know them, but know them deep down, that they're characters that are connected with dots and dashes. There's area, space. It's a science. When you look at it as art, but it was a science to create. And the letters of history, of the letter A, came from what part of time did the letter A evolve? How did the letter A evolve? What was associated? Now just look at A. Look at A and E, because that's basically everything. Once you have A and E, you have A and B, you have A and C. Once you have E, you have A, B, C, D. You have everything inside of E, and we live in that E world. E-I, E-I-O, 59, 59. If you want to talk about they were talking the other day about C is cop and C is criminal and D is the opposition of C, or do they intertwine together? Don't get in my way. The C and E is that E world, the Earth and Mars. When we go to C, we're going to get back to where we went from the beginning, how C and E become on 2 different worlds. If you're looking at this dice cube of 6 sides, it's going to be 3 and 3. So right away, you know, when you get to the 4th number, you're going to be on the other side using up the other half. How do you split this apart? Well, cut all these parts and you got 6, put all of them together. We'll put 1 with the 6, the 2 with the 4, etc. I mean, the 2 with the 5. At the same time, when it sits like this, I'm going to see 4 around and 1 on top, which automatically tells me 1 ass down. 1 is the exhaust. I need to use 1 as the exhaust. I need to use 1 as the breather. I need to use the ring for what? Is it the ring of life? What association did the number has? The ring always has a number 14. The M and the N, the M and the N will instinctively come into that position. Also to note, it's a dividing position. The ace is valued at 11 in blackjack. It is the highest card in the game of 21. 21 is also the 21 dots in the cube. Ironic. I like to call this the House of Venus 3 cubed, right? There is a 3 with the 2. It's a 3 cubed, 2 by 2 by 2 equals to 8. And 3 squared. 2 cubed, 3 squared. They're both number 23. And you know what's ironic about that? in the thoroughbred and the harness racing, they exchange the colors. 2 is white and 3 is blue, then 3 is white and 2 is blue. And here one is the squared, and one they use in the big ring, they use the 3 squared. Cube, is it 3 squared is 9, right? 3 cubed is 27. So we also talk, and we're tying BC together as ABCD, as we take the ABC with the BCD. So we're using that 2 and 3. We're not using the separation DNA, because A and D are on each side. It brings the 2 worlds together in 55. A plus 4 equals to 5, and B plus C equals to 5. So ironically, it's just bringing it all together, and it's not by my choice. It's the actuality. I'm just sharing you what I see. I don't know what you see. Maybe you see the same thing. Maybe you're here just for confirmation because you see it too. It's so funny that people look at other people and say, oh my God, do you see what I see? I don't know what you see. I don't know what you see. I see a human being. She's got 2 arms, 2 legs, a head and a body. Oh, but look what she looks like. Oh, I don't know. I see a human being. I can't make a decision on what they look like. Don't give anybody a gender. Don't separate anybody. Let's take it as it is. It's a human being. They all got 5 fingers on each hand. They all got 5 toes on each foot, even if they're missing one. They got a nose. They got eyes. They got a mouth. We got to look at the similarities before we look at the differences. So yes, number 7. Number 7. This DNA fits at the 7th gate between 6 and 8, and I'm still trying to determine whether it's animal and man. Man is an association and a connection according to that. 6, 7, and 8. When you get your 9 birth into the 8th heaven, you fall into the world of the 7th gate. Now the King of Diamonds, okay, the King of Diamonds, okay. Now I'm going to just design this little teeny weeny little thing. The King of Diamonds, okay, which is noted, I like to call the diamond suit 182. And the reason for that, I don't know if this is going up and down. So it's 91 and 91. 91 up, 91 down. Unlike the heart suit, when one heart is like this and the other heart is like this, I decided to see what I can do out of this. So what I did is I took the heart suit, right, and I put them on top of each other, and I end up with 88. Now those 8s are supposed to be the queen. That's supposed to be the queen, but it ends up with the diamond over here. And note, when you have 8 and 8 together, right, it reflects the 7, so the queen envelops the king inside the chamber. At the heart position. Do you notice the way what this design looks like? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sides over here. And then you connect into I'm trying to see if that works out with you. But anyways, that's that position. So we were going to go ahead. See the way I did these 6 and 8 here? What about the 1 and 5 equals to 6 and 5 equals to 11? And we're going to flip that over to 2 and 6. So we got 6 and 2 equals to 12 and 8 equals to 20. 1 and 1 equals to 2. 2 plus 0 equals to 2. Let's go to the next 6. Look at that. 3 and 3 is 6. So we got 3 times 3 equals to 9. 3 plus 3 equals to 6. 9 plus 6 equals to 15. 1 plus 5 equals to 6. So we're going to look at the reverse. 44. 4 times 4 equals to 16. 4 plus 4 equals to 8. 8 and 16 equals to 24. 2 and 4 equals to 6. So you can see that these dice and the math goes along as simple as it is. Here we have 14. Here we end up with 5 and 5. Here's the next part, right, of 6 and 8. And over here we end up with 2 and 2. 5 and 5 and 2 and 2. Note 5 and 2 are the reverse of each other. And here we end up with 6 and 6 in this equation over here. So this will be 3, 4, 1. 1, 3, 4 will be the final equation. 5 and 5 is 10. Otherwise, it's 37, 31, 39. 39, 37, 31. Just to note that this is the cube. This one over here is going to be the 369. This one over here is going to be the cube also. This is going to revert into 31. 3 times 7, 3 plus 7 is 21 and 10 equaling to 31. This one brings in the divided 7th gate. This one in its own, I'm just trying to see what else brings on. This will turn into a 9. This will turn into 11. This is an 11. This is a 2. This will turn into an 11. This one and this one will meet each other. 2 times 3, 2 plus 3 is 5 and 6, 11. 1 times 5, 1 plus 5, 5 and 6, 11. So I'm just showing you what happens to these dice. Now, at the same time when this happens, right, so let me get a glass of hot water or something. It's been an hour. I'm taking a 2-minute break. I'm going to check out what comments are here. And yes, 6 is the F word, F6X, right. So it equals to 39 plus 6. At the same time, note that when you're working with 11, 1 times 1, 1 plus 1, 2 and 1, the 21st letter is U. 2 and 1 is 3. The 11th letter is K. The 3rd letter is C. The 3 and 3 together is F, F-U-C-K. And that's only from 11. So it's B, F-U-C-K. So B and F, and the same numbers on the piano, there's a separation with B and F. The cycle of the piano runs from B through F. We have to take a look on how the cycles run B through F. And the reason for that is that B to the left is a black key, and to the F to the right is a black key. Everything in between, although there's black keys in between it, there's no black key after B on the next key, and there's no black key to the forward of F. So we can see 2 white keys coming together in each of these situations. So this is the anomaly that we have to understand how our numbers come together. Right. So the school of fish begins in time heaven. T-H. Teach. The school of fish, time heaven, teach. April 1st. 1-4. 10-4, communication. C2, C3, B2, CB10 codes. ABCD10 creation of the minion of the CB code of bringing the world together of A inside of D into the E world. We're taking a 2-minute break. I hope I remember when I come back, because it's far from over. Whether I'll conk out or not, I'm going to have to get more gasoline. I go to sleep at night so I can find out more information that comes into this head. You like my little boat? That's my, I don't know if you can see that picture. What's that? Oh, you can't see that picture. Where I saw my mom in the picture somewhere. Where is she? Oh, over here. Yeah, there's my mom and dad. And I'll tell you one thing. They ain't proud of me at all for doing this. Not one bit. Not one bit. For 20 years, they ain't being proud of me for doing this stuff. But that's okay. That's why I'm still doing it, because they don't understand yet. I'm doing it for me. Did you see this? You want to see this? doing, little kitty? So keep an eye on her. I'm taking a 1-minute break. Make sure she's synced to her if you like. We're taking a 1-minute break. Ooh, it's cold in this apartment, I'll tell you that. Oh boy. Coming back. Just give me a minute. Wow, is it chilly out, eh? Oysters. Oysters. Yo, yo, yo. Hockey and oysters. Did you know that oysters are sometimes male and sometimes female? And at the same time, they say oysters are supposed to be good for the sex drive. Now, hold on a second, because it's the sex drive. Hold on a second. I didn't get my license yet. Are you taking the drive? Do you need a license? Excuse me, I want to get a learner's permit for my sex drive. I think I'm going to, well, you have to show up in October and September and November and December, because those are the months when the BER show up. Now the B is your 13, so it's your energy from the moon, your electronic residency in the house of bait, knowing that B is first in this situation, although it's an add-on to what is the octagon October or November, for whatever shape that takes up. It's all the months that end in BER. Yo, why I said it's hockey. Why I said it's hockey. Why did I say it's hockey? Why is it 120 degrees? Is it Fahrenheit or Celsius? F and C, the two systems, 3 and 6, right? F6, C3. Now the F6 goes with the 1 and the C3 goes with the 4. That's the home king. Where did I find that out? Right over here. I found out the 6 goes with the 1. I found out that the 3, right, the 3 goes with the 4. That's why they're on both sides when I flip them around. Nothing that I do, I think it's everything that I do. I'm not even sure which way or context to put it in, but I find it somewhere else. Everything exists somewhere else. I'm like this little mouse that ran into the school and said, look what all these smart people did. Look, they have diplomas. What did this guy create? Look what he created. Just a calculator. Telling the story of life. Thank you for building this calculator for me. Or the push buttons. Or how about the ATM or the telephone? You ever see that darn phone? Look what the phone told me. to my phone. You ever see what the phone tells you? Look at that. Look what it told me. It told me that the star key, right? Look at that. Only used, and you see that? See the way it's aimed to taking only 2 rows out and then 2 rows out? Or what if I turned the phone this way and took out the rows the other way, right? There's a whole lot of designs on there. But you know what it really told me? Check that out. PQRS on the 7 and WXYZ, right? WXYZ on the 9. Every other one has 3. Do you know what happens? Do you know what happens? Not only at the 7th gate you come in with your 9 birth, but now they remove these letters and they put it onto the 1. The 1 is noted also to be the ace. But they only gave it 2 letters. So now, does that mean the 1 has control of bait because it's 2 letters? Controlling maybe the sun, which is noted to be, let's transfer the sun over to, what do? Matter or energy? Do we give the sun energy? So that means they're controlling 2 energy. They control the female because it's 2. They're controlling the circumference in the bond cake. The 3 worlds. 2 letters tells me alphabet reverse 2 letters equals 2. 2 times 27 equals to 54. Now, if I realign the alphabet, right? If I realign the alphabet, those 2 letters, okay, are not going to be the same. Alphabet reverse realigned on 360 degrees. The alphabet reverse in regular is 1 plus 26, or A plus Z equals to 26. In the 360 degrees, what it is it does let me hold on a second, A all the way to 36 equals to 37. Equals to 37. A through 36 equals to 37. So then it would be 74. So it would be 54 or 74. 74 stands for energy, 54 is love, 54 is the sun. 54 is the BEARTH, or 3 times 18. Now there's many things that go on with 18. It's 2 times 9, 3 times 6. The number of man, 666. Rubik's Cube. Or show me this calculator and just show me 4 sides and then 2 sides. Will show me 6, 6, and 6 around the core of Rubik's Cube. No joke. When you add up 1 through 36, it equals to a total of 666. Another thing is, now this is something I don't have finished yet because I can see it. The minute I take one area, right? Let me show you on a 6x6 area if I can do this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, when I do this, right, the center of this area is right over here. Now, what if I want to separate all of this? How much area space is this going to take up by separating this just once? Well, this is how it's going to work, right? I'm going to separate it. See this over here? I'm putting a cube right here. Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? Because that's the 6. And what I'm going to do, right, since I'm separating it like that. 3 and 3. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to go all the way down here. Right? But that doesn't work out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because if I'm separating it, I also have to have a separation here. So my first separation is going to show you how the butterfly is with one backbone. But if you want to go full separation, because we have to see the skeleton, before we make something lesser, right, we want to see the whole. Just like this star over here, right? Here's a star. These are all my plane, these are my angles. Now, I'm only going to use it like this. Or I'm going to use it like this. Or I'm going to use it like this. Or I'm going to use it, and I could use it like this. I also mentioned, I think, 120 120 degrees. Didn't I say that before? So anyways, when we take this and we make full separation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? When we make full separation, 1, 2, 3, we create this over here. So then we end up, from our base, we end up with this. By taking a single cube, okay, and separating everything apart, I create that single cube to be placed right over here, which automatically creates this design. 3, 3, so we have 9, 9, 9, and 9. We have a total of 36, and with the 36, we have 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. So we now have a 13 spot in the middle, interfering with 9, 9, 9, and 9. So if we brought this over to the Monopoly game, right, we can now, should we be doing this? Or if we need to share the center with all the houses, what should we be doing? You see this area over here, this 9 area, right? But if I need to run a block between all these areas, I have to take this complete block here and take this and move it all the way into this corner over here. So what will happen when I move this, I'll be using up this whole area over here on the block, leaving, right? Leaving 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, leaving over 24 areas of the 24 hours perhaps in a day. Are you following me with this concept, what's going on between here and here? Between changing from a Mars system into an Earth system, right? Or going from Earth and expanding over a Mars system. What that means is that if I took my 9 original areas, right? I took my 9 original areas and I went over this area here. What would happen in this instance of my 9 areas is that I'll have always 4 here, but at one part, right, I'm going to be on the outside here. And then if I still went over the Mars system, I'm just going to do it here, right? I'm going to go on the outside over here, right? And if you do notice, right, on this, and I'm not going to complete the artwork because I have to take a further look into it, is this is telling me 3 separate areas. 1, 2, 3. Not counting the area in the center, or the area in the center can possibly just saying, hey, this is the center to this and this. If I see 9 areas here, but the reality is it could actually look like this. I'm not sure if I'm making it the right size, right? I should be making it bigger. I think I have to make it bigger. Just 1 second. Because we have to come up with 3 areas. Like this would be this area over here. So what would happen, right, is in this area here is where the center area gets marked. And there's really only 2 areas here, except we're counting the in-between area space of the 2. I can look at it that way, but everything tells me it's a full area in itself. Roulette tells me that it does work rectangular, because in roulette, the numbers are set up in this fashion. It's not showing me 2, it's showing me more, but it's showing me everything works in dozens. Now, how am I going to explain to you? I'm not sure if I have it on tap in here, how to work with dozens. Okay, it says I have a bad mic again. I'd like you to tell me if I do or I don't have a bad mic. Oh, I'm going to go to my picture. Let me see. So guru, or if you say gru, that would be like a gru. I'm just trying to think, like this machine that goes in and picks something up deep in a pit. And also you can look at it as oatmeal. Oatmeal. So just let me go check out my sound. So just let me go check out my sound. Okay, I changed cameras. Okay, I changed cameras. I'm trying to remove a lot of things right now from my, because I'm not happy. I'm not happy that this is happening. Let me see if I can fix this again. Yeah, the mic is built into the camera, and I'm not happy about that. So I can fix this again. I made some hot water, so I'm going to the kitchen for a minute. I'm really sorry about the retardation about this. Right? Okay, so I'm sorry about the retardation of this. I made some hot water, so I'm going to the kitchen for a minute. I'm really sorry about the retardation about this. So when I say that word, I don't want you to take it out of context. Words are words. Let's not lose them in translation because somebody's not happy because it was used as a slang. Understand, there's words that were used as slangs to slander, slang. So when someone says you're retarded, okay, what does it mean? You're late. You put out the fire. The fire is not burning properly. You are referring to what with electronic residency. What we need in order to perform the tasks that these receivers were built to do. Why do we lose our sight? Why do we lose our hearing? What is going on genetically within the system itself? Organically. Why do we use organic and genetic? Why do we use different first letters in each one of them? What is the story that is going on? Oh, because I will tell you, with 20 years here back at the helm, but only the last 3 or 2 or 1. But I can see clearly, and I've never been able to really say this before, the system is absolutely immaculate for the stories it tells. You tell me. I will show you where Mars shows up. I will show you where Earth shows up. I will show you where birth shows up. I will show you what the connection of oyster and sex, where hockey and two goalies show up on ice in Pluto at the Kuiper Belt, keeping everything cool because you can't run a system that's burning up, because you're burning up. So the system runs at 98.7? Is that what it is? Let me take my temperature, or I'll check it in Celsius and see what the other world needs to be like in the transmission of the transmission. If you don't wake up tomorrow here of your knowing, you will wake up tomorrow there of their knowing and your knowing. But regardless, tomorrow you will wake up and you will know. Regardless of that one day, and it's eternal for that day to come. And even when you don't see me anymore, that day is still going on. You cannot burn out a light in which rebuilds itself and is rebuilding itself before the light has even had a chance to go out. The cells of our body, this over here, feeding on itself, nature growing day by day. Just give me 1 second. I'm assuming most of us are regulars. I'm not sure where to go next with this. I know most of you probably that are here are regulars. I'm going to see if I can jump on. I'm just not really sure. Oh, yes, this is what I wanted to say. This is what I wanted to say. This is what I was referring to. It's the Monopoly game, right? It's the Monopoly game. See, when I do this over here into the Monopoly game, right? What happens is in the Monopoly game, right? See this over here, Monopoly game? I'm trying to see which way I can say it. Yes, what happens is the Monopoly game is, I'm going to have to design this, is once you add this in, right? Once you add this in here, there are 26 that go around that one over here. So if you have a flat surface of 12 by 12, right, which equals to 144, okay, times 12 equals to 1728. Yes, I hear the bad mic. I hear the bad mic. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I think there's a download that I was supposed to get. It's asking me to get rid of space, so I can't start doing my mic thing right now. So, and I'm very unhappy that everybody is leaving, so I'm just going to pretend there's nobody here to start with except for those who interact. And everybody else is on the sideline. Who's on the sideline? Where? I see three. I see three. Do I see four? There's four. I see four. Four and a four, four and a half, four and a quarter, four. Oh, yes. I know where they all are. It's 3 out of 4, right? But in this instance, it's one of the 4 that are left over because everybody else is sitting by all these, what do you want to call it? These search engines, these search blocks. They're all tuned in. Hundreds of thousands of people around the world tuned in right now, being blocked at home by search engines that prefer to listen to me before they share the information. AI should just note, right? AI will always be AI. Okay, no, I'm just getting something out of my head. So what happens here is by adding this, okay, to something this small, we'll turn it into, see that small? What happens if I put it in between? Is this what's happening? So if that happened, right? If this happened, can I keep connecting these? What do I actually get here, right? Because this becomes a 5 by 5 equals to 25, and then you have to add 5 and 5 equals to 10. Somehow this might be what's walking in this house. I don't know how it connects. But what happened by taking this and sticking this here? I have each one of them. But what if I stuck that in the center of that? Well, if I stuck that in the center of that, you already know the result, right? Stick it in the center, all it's going to do is create this. But what if I had a singular area space and added a wing onto it? Right? Just keep adding the wings onto it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We just keep adding the wings onto it. This heart will move over. But what if we had one board there and one board there? Now the question is the other board going to set up the same way? And these are the oceans between you two, right? These are the oceans between you two. Just trying to see, did we do this right? Did I get that right? Do that, and then maybe the beehive that we're in. Anyways, so let me get back to this. When this was 12 by 12 to 144, when I cubed it, I get 1728. 3 by 17 is 51. 3 by 28 equals to 84. Mars and Pluto, 51, 84. Maybe we can refer to, where else have I seen those numbers before? Perhaps over here. Perhaps right there. 51, 51, 84. Right over there. We get 42. 5 and 9 equals to 42. And 1, 5, and 9 is what divides up all the corners. 1, 5, and 9, right? Vertical, horizontal. So we did this over here. Now, what is going to exist from this? You follow what I said? If I put this inside of this, how will this split apart? Will it split apart on every one of these lines here? Like I did over here, and then it goes out here? So how would we do it different? How would this work out? Now I have 5. So how would that 5 work out equally? How would the 5 work out equally? 1, 2, 3 we had before, right? 1, 2, 3. I'm just trying to see how it would work out equally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just trying to see something. Would we count 5 numbers? Right? What would the number count? What would the number count, right? And over here I have an extra wedge over here. How would that work out? I'm just trying to think of something. Anyways, I'm going to see if I can move on to something else. Let me see. This is just for me. So for those who've seen the Monopoly game before, everybody knows what this is. We're going to count this. Well, I should be using a different color, right? I'm going to take out a different color. Whoop, 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 whoop. See the H and the I, right? You see the H and the I, here's the I and here's the H. When you go to sleep at night, that's going to be 8 hours. 8 equals to 480. 8 times 6 is 48. It's also going to equal to 2880. 288. This is your reality in life, 7281. I'm going to 9 times 8, 9 times 9. You don't live on the circumference of the rim. You live within the heavens of the rim. In order to complete your first 360 degrees and mirror, you need 4 times 72 in order to equal to this 288. Right? Now the question is, does that fit in with the moon cycle? Because the moon cycle, okay, ends at 280, 40 weeks. 1440 ends up to be what the minutes in the day are to what is 12 times 12. So we have to understand what they all mean. When you have 8 ending in a third number, this is the 28-day cycle of the heavens complete. It is the 88, it is the 2 worlds of Venus. 8 and 8 is 16, 1 and 6 is 7. It's a singular passageway. The Alpha connection, Luna. If you want to use all 3 of them together, it's 18. It's the 1 spirit or the 10 worlds. It's the 10. 8, 16, 18. 18 is an expression, okay, of 10 and 8, equals to the heaven and the mirror of creation. It is the A, B, C, D creation. It is the AD coming with the CD. Whoop, it's the AD coming with the, it's the AD coming with the BC, 5 and 5, connecting up the union over here. If I had to make the union, I don't know if I should do that, but the union is basically over here, and then we have and then what happens is we run down the rim this way. And then we connect it this way. Why do I do it that way? This, okay, is not the same. So let me see if I can find it. Not happy that I don't find things right away. Bad habit, gotta be happy. Okay, here it is, right? So you see these cube areas over here, right? The center line is not the same as the outside. 17 and 20 are dark. 17 and 20 are dark. So I leave it open. And that's where you work out of. That's where your cube. And if you notice, right, that angle over here, this is showing me distance, right? You're walking down the corridor all the way down here, possibly to that building over here. So maybe we need to we're walking underneath into the tent. Maybe this lifts up. See the way it starts to lift up over here? Let me see if I got that right. See the way this is lifting up over here? And you're walking through that tunnel onto that side. So, yes, so this would be why, so yes, to get back to this, right, it's the 16 hours of the day. It's the 16 hours of the day. This is the day, the 16 hours of the day. Now, what is the 16 hours of the day? It comes when you're awake. This, it comes when you're asleep. This is your 8, that gets 8 hours, and this is your 16, which gets 960, which gives your life birth rotation. 16. 1 times 6, 1 plus 6 equals to 7 and 6 equals to 13. Just trying to see where I was going with this. You're 16 hours awake as you're asleep. When you're asleep, right, you're horizontal to the world. When you're awake, right, you're acting on the cross. This eye over here. The question is this 2, 3 eyes over here? See that? Are they all eyes? Like a car? And then this one is over here? What's happening? Are these the tires that can possibly fit on the chassis of a car? Would this be telling me that you're going that way with the 8, but you're driving this way or this way with the 9? You do know that you find it over here. But the only time you know if you're doing this is if you know if you're a 5 or if you're a 3-4. Are you a 5-2 or a 3-4? When I put it like this, we want to look at the dice on this side. And I can see separation. I can see separation. So I know, boom, that goes over here. I know that with the H, I'm running with C, and I'm running with D. We already established that C and D and A, B, C, D, it goes to A, B, C, and it goes to B, C, D. That when you add this, it equals to 10, but it's 6 and then 10. This one over here is going to bring you back to this one over here. That's right. Even in your triangular pyramid, it's A, B, C, and D brings you back here. And then E, F, and then G brings you back here. You flipped over again on G, right? But in numbers, you flip over again on 10. I don't know why I have to figure that out, but 7 and 10 do work together when 5 and 2 are there. 5 times 2, 5 plus 2 equals to what? 7 and 10 equals to 17. Where am I with this piece? Okay, so we have G, then we have H, and then we have I over here. So you notice each one of these letters are no more away than anything else. So would you call this 101? There's no interference between the continuation of these letters. This is where your Trinity all comes in together. Everything is together. Even if you create another floor, everybody's going to share the same thing. everything is shared equally with the 4 floors of creation. Right away, we have to understand the 3 walls. Here, 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 here. We have the back wall, and then you have the floor to this entire image. I mean, I know, see the way it shows 3? You have the floor on this. So there's a 4 area for your 3. So we work 3, 4, 4, 3. So if you have a 4 area, how many combinations are there, right? A, B, A, C, A, D. And then you have B, C, B, D, right? And then you have C, D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 areas. We have 6 combinations. Is that the reason? But even when we work with this cube over here, there's 4 combinations that count. The ring is going to represent 4. The pole is going to represent 2. Now, how do you represent 3? How do we represent 3? Can we call it half? What would you call 3? That's the question. What do you call 3? Do you call it cube? Because that's what this is. There are 27 area spaces that are being occupied on this paper where there is nothing once I throw this. Within its own realm of size, there is 27 area spaces occupied by this that fell there. Although nothing was there, this is there. And the occupation equally of the area space is 27. Also to note, every single side of this cube is equal to 45 on a blank side. When you have 4 sides, when you have the ring of, when you have 4 sides, you have 4 times 45 equals to 180. And while you have that, what you're going to have is you're going to have just give me a second. 4 sides, you have 1 through 9 equals to 45. But if you have a dot, right, that dot is going to equal to 5. That means on the other side, right, you're going to have, here's 1 dot, here's going to be a 6 dot. And the 6 dot, right, 1 dot, okay, that's going to be equal to 30. So the 2 dots together on the 1 and the 6 is going to equal to 35. So what's missing right now is, you know, every single one is going to tell this story. So now it's going to become 4 times 35 equals to 140. And then it's going to be 10 times 4 equals to 40. How did I know that before? I'm going to show you. If you have the 2 dot, it's going to equal to 10. With the 5 dot, it's going to equal to 25. And that's 35. The void, right? The voided dots. Sorry, not the voided dots. On this side, you're going to have a total of 7 voided dots, and that's going to equal to 35. And over here, you're going to have a total of 4 voided dots, and that's going to equal to 20. 7, and here it's 4. When you get to the, let me see where I am, here, let me see if I did this right. There was one thing missing on this. Okay, let me do this again. Let me go to a new page and explain it again. When you add up 1 all the way to 9, it equals to 45. When you have the 2 dot, you will have 10 equals to 2 times 5. But you will be missing 7 times 5 equals to 35. The reverse of the 2 dot is the 5 dot. And when you have the 5 dot, it becomes 25, which is equal to 5 by 5 equals to 25, which leaves me to 4 by 5 equals to 20. So we're going to go now to the 4 dot, and then we're going to take on the 3 dot. And when we go to the 4 dot and the 3 dot, what we get in the 4 dot is we get 20 equals to 4 by 5. And I did this too close, so I might move it. And at the same time, I get 5 by 5 equals to 25. And this is in the void. And this is in the void. And this is in the void. 7 in the void equals to 65. 20, okay, 20, let me see this again. 7 in the void, right, and this is 4 in the void, right, equals to 60. But there's more than just 60. The reduced number is going to be 6, and 6 is 12, and 3 is 15, and 9 it'll be 25, no. 9 and 3 is 12, and 6 is 18, and 6 is 24. So there's a passageway inside the 4. But it's going to be 6 and 18 equaling to 4. Right? Sorry, I did that wrong. Where's my corrector? Wow. I don't know what I did with my corrector. Oh, wow, I can't believe it. Yesterday I went to pick something up. I thought they left it out, and I just found it in my pocket. So anyways, irregardless, this one is 21. This one is 21, okay, and 39. And when it's reduced, it is 12 and 12. Look at that, what 4 does. What this means is this, okay, is an even number 6. This is 15, 1 and 5, 6, so they're even. This is odd. 21st letter, 2 and 1, 3. 18th letter, 1 and 8, 9. Okay, I'm going to finish with this in a second. I want to see if I can catch up. Yes, high Q for queen and birth. And the high Q is the bricks on the wall coming together with the cement. 28 can be 8 plus 2. 8 twos are 2 8s, right? So if you have 2 8s, you have a 7 inside of that. And if you have 8 twos, you have a 7 again. But the 8 twos will calculate differently. The 10 is A, B, C, D. Union, Jack, I collect jacks. Off is 6, 6, 6. So when you have this one over here. You have the 3 dots, so you have 15 equals to 3 by 5. And you have the 30, which equals to 6 times 5 equals to 30. So you have the 2, 5, 4. Now you have the, we're going to do this again. We have the 1, 5 equals to 1 times 5. And then you have the 8 in the void, right? So it becomes 8 times 5 equals to 40. And we did the 6 somewhere, 3, 4. We didn't do the 6? Yes. And we're going to do the 6 again. Okay, and it's a 6 dot, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to get the 30, which equals to 5 by 6, right? And this is going to be 3 by 5 equals to 15. This is the void. And then over here, this is the void. The void on the 2, the void on the 5, the void, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have to understand what's happening. Over here, the 5 is, when the 7 meets the 5, electric company and moon. When the 4 meets the 5, it's going to be with the sun. Here it's with the sun. Here I get a sky pass. Here I get the electronic world. What happens is the moon, right? The moon 57 will match 7 with 5, the electric company and the moon. When they come together, what happens is you find the core 10. We need to connect, make these 10s up over here. So you're finding the heart, everything working from the heart position when you're connecting your 10s, right? Your 10 plus the I, the movement between both the H, 4 and 6, or the walking, standing up, 2 and 8. They call us the sheep, okay, because these letters are ba, 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 B-E-H, right? B, the buzzing bees into the heavens, right? We've got mixture. Hey, day 6. Everybody knows what happened on day 6. Ladies first, right? I don't know if I want to say it that way, but ladies first, because it was animal and man. So if animal went first and man went second, or actually man went third to and man, DNA, man going third. First it's animal, 147, to then the and, 258, to into creation, 369. I'm reading the Bible. You read it to me. Right there on day 6, it even said it. And when you put 1 first, we know it's animal in 1. We know it's animal in 3 creation. We know it's animal in the E world. We know born into the animal. We've added ourselves, okay, into the animal. Read it again. See how the numbers work, where they show up. And there's movement with area, space. It's when you join games together, you know, either you join games together this way, or I'm going to put everything on top of each other. I'll put the 1, 2, 3 on top of each other, the 5, 7, 8, 9 on top of each other. You're only going to be left with the center here. And everything is going to be out. It's just going to be this big, right? Anyways, I don't want to get into that. That has to be designed in art for me to speak about it. I want to warm up my stuff again. We're going to take about 2 minutes. My last break was I don't remember when. Man is a template for animal. Animal is a template for man. You know, you see just a whole room. Imagine if all you did is saw this. So I'm going to take a 1-minute break, and maybe you can look right at this and tell me what you see. It's better when it's, you know when it's better when you can have the camera. Hold on a second. Let me see. So this is my screensaver, and you know what's funny? That so we're just going to leave it at this for 1 minute. I'm going to be back in about a minute, all right? Tell me what you think before it falls down, because it will fall down. I can see it already. I'm going back to get my tea, and then I'm coming back. That was the worst tea I ever drank in my life. And the water is cold, so just give me a second. I'm coming back. I can't believe it didn't fall down yet. Wow. Surprise, surprise. Okay. Let's get this out of the way. Let's put this back up over here. No more fooling around. We're going to get back to you. Remember where we were? Right? We were with the void. We were with the dots and the voids. Is there something I haven't done that you'd like to see? To understand, a ruler is 12 inches, 1 and 2, which is 30 centimeters. Every foot is 12. If you want to count by what is 9 times 12, it's 108. Then what is 8 times 12? It's 96. Remember, we always have to count that rim. You know, when you count 1, but you're counting 1 from the rim. Oh, no, excuse me. Let me use 1 in a different context. When you have 1, right, you are creating the core to all the three dimensions when you have 1. When you have 2, right, you have equality. You have 1 in each of the 4 quadrants. When you have 3, right, how can you have 3? Just 3 quadrants, right? That 3-piece that goes together. What happens with a 3-piece? You always have a center heart that connects, like the pizza. I have to explain that better. It's just that like I said, there's 2 different kinds of realities. There's this one here, and there's this one here. This one is inside of this one. It's the half-life, right? It's just these 2. And then there's this one is going to be represented with this. And then that one is represented with this. Now my question is, which one should I be looking at? And what are the differences? With this one, I can create this. With this one, I can create this. So the difference is in here is I'm going to go ahead and say 1 and 8 equals to 9. With this one over here, right, this is 4, right? This is just 4. This is 1 and 8. And this is just 4 times 1 area, all equally divided. We can add on to each of these areas, just like that. See, we got the 3-dimension just by adding on to these areas, just like that. So we have to understand what we can do, what different kinds of artwork, because it's going to tell you where you are. This one is going to be a 33. This one over here is going to be a 22. This one can completely tell me, right, about 6927. 3 times 3 equals to 6. 3 times 3 equals to 9. 3 plus 3 equals to 6. In rotation of 6 and 9. Now it's the last number in French. I mentioned this before. There are 26 plus 1 area space in a cube. That's what this is made up. It's made up of 3 cubed. In that area, why it's 33 is of what's going on over here. As you noticed, right, when you had the 2 dots, hold on a second. Let me, before I start here, because I remember what I was doing, I'm just going to go through seeing, hearing, plus my angels, 1 to smile, wow, birth, 28, union, jack, I collect jacks, union, jack, we'll put in union, I'm going to have to put in the union, right, because we have to put in jack, and we also have to know what is great, and Britain, which is 73, what is 25 and 26, what is 51, so we're going to relate Mars to this, and we also have to create the 2 cubed, and I'm going to put the word 0. 0 equals 2 cubed. Union is 28, 14 and 14, joining the moons, right? It's in the house of 8, joining the moons, unlike the singular moon, and that is at 7 for a singular moon and 14 for a double moon. 1 by 1, 2 by 1, 2 by 2. This cube is 7 opposites 14. Union 28 and 24, 52, 60, 70, 75, is that right? 21, 35, 44, 59, 69, 73, 21, 35, 44, 54, 59, 69, 73. And Jack is 25. We are here for the last time. The last time. We're here for the last time. The last of the generations. A time when there was a game created that's never been created or recreated before. That every game and every word and anything that anyone has ever said or thought in their entire life can be understood. All it has to do is be spoken. But the answer is so long that you have to understand the truth of the game. You have to understand what the game says, why it says what it does. How do you explain to somebody, I bought a tire for my car, I put it on my car, and the car rolls. You can see the car rolling. You learned what the word roll was. You're in the theater, roll them. You heard about the engine. From where does the fire bringeth the engine? But then it's loco. What is the locomotive of the fire and the engine? Why does engine begin with N-E and end with N-E? Almost like when you speak the word of Einstein. That inside both E-N and E-N is what is 7 and 9, your birth at the gateway. Inside what is there showing me as the sky pass. 14 and 5, DNA, the sky pass. E-T, into the E-world. The T happens to be the gateway. Because in gematria, both the 7G and the T are both valued at 7. One stands above A, B, C, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, L, M, where the other begins at N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T as G, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. So we're that in one world we end at M13, and in this side we have Z26. Reverse alphabet of M and N is A and N. And in gematria, okay, they're all valued as the number 1, telling me that they're the center of something, unlike what the 7 is, although it stands at the 7th gate. It seems like these letters are dividing things up, or there's a separation between these letters. Now, I just made a huge statement. And because I don't have a proper answer for that, I also like to say that the joint venture has to come, I believe, between, I'm not sure if we need an in-between, but the joint venture in one of my designs, right, is partly over here, but, and here, and then here. So when we're in the smaller design like this, okay, this one over here, you can see that number 7 is here, and that would be the G, to where on this side the G would be the number 7 here. Now they're equal all the way around, showing me that we don't go higher than 8. Why don't we go higher than 8? It really bugs me because I go to the letter I. I go to the letter I go to the letter H, but somehow I'm not allowed to have the 9. Can I have the 5? Where is the 5? Because the 5 is a supporter of this little square area inside the 9 numbers. Or is it telling me, because the reality of 9 is actually in the creation of the Mars houses, where the 9 is a part of all the houses, and it's the house of Dot instead of the 33 house. Now, where is this 33? I'm going to show you where the 33 is. Do you want to know where the 33? Do you want to know where 22 is? What is 22? Or 333? Did you know that our time moves 111, 222, 333, 444, 555, stop? Because when you go to 666, you're just going to be overflowing. 606, what does that mean? It means, 666, what does that say? It says 706. 666 in the clock is 706, and it's 426, which is 426 minutes, right? So that's going to tell me something else. I mean, it splits up when the 2 is between the 4 and the 6, right? It's telling me 2 times 2 and 2 times 3. Okay, I see where they come together there. On this side, it's telling me 8. This other side is telling me 12. I says, okay, 1 and 2 equals to 3 and 2. Okay, I see a story, but I can't tell you the story right now. It's a minuscule story. But the 2 and 4 and the 2 and 6 are actually representing the dog and the cat, right? The X and the Z, or what is the C and the A, is going to represent the dog and the cat. And then the A and the C is going to represent the rotation of the 313 rotation, and also the cycles within the moon, the 3 cycles within the moon. There's only 3 cycles, I believe, in the moon. Other than the 313 cycle that we live, there's a 4 cycle going on. We have the same cycle that goes on with 6 times 28, cycling the day with moon hours, okay, equals to 168, or 7 times 24, equaling to 168. Understanding that 6 and 7 separation, understanding that 7 creation of the gateway of 313. Your 3-3 is actually 6, and when you look at the deck of cards, they show you the 6. Okay, well, you're going to play into the 7th gate in the heavens of 8, where the 7th gate joins the 8 heavens, or you only get to live in one of the gates at the 7th gate. Right? You ever look at the 7 and the 8 card, the way they have 2 dots in the center, but the 6 card has none? They don't show you coming in here. They show you coming into. You came in, you got split up, and you went into one of the gateways, through the king or through the two of them of the queen. Now the thing about that, right, is QAG. And remember, this is also JAG. The reverse of Q is J. I might have to say it this way because I need to see 17 with A and G coming together. The reality is, to say this, you have to say JG and not Q. When you get to 17, 18, 19, right, you're going to have to say it as 10J, okay, plus 7G in order to arrive here. You arrive through Earth. 5 times 2, 5 plus 2 shows you that exchange. It is because it is 71 minutes, 60 plus 11, okay, which equals to the 111. And then it's 120, okay, 120 plus 22, which equals to the 222. And then it is 180 plus 33, equaling to the 333. And then it is 240 plus 44, equaling to the 444. Now it becomes 300 plus 55, which equals to the 555. Now the 360 plus the 66 brings you into the gateway pass of where we now get 666, which is 426 minutes, where the spirit enters the divided gate, the divided seventh gate, to bring you into the doghouse. The difference between 24 and 26. We also must try and note and understand that, let me show you this. C and X reverse alphabet, A and Z reverse alphabet, they meet, okay, at M and N, 13 and 14. Their average meet, okay, besides the AC and the AD, their average meet is between 1, 3, and 5. The reason for that, they meet at the 13.5 heart spot, equals ace. Sun also equals to ace. And you can have 13 as 9 and 4, 8 and 5, 7 and 6 equal to 13. Electric company in the heart of the cube is that 35 inside the E world, where the 9 is birthed. This one over here into the mirror world. So the 1, 3, 5 ace. So this over here, this AC is your 3 and your 1. This is jail. Yet the movement is a 3-year, 1,095 to a 1-year contract, okay, of 366. So we had a number over here I wanted to show. This one over here. We get to go 360 degrees to go through the passage again. And I've showed you this many times. Here is your electric moon pass, right over here. This is where 7, 5, 5. Now we connect 6 over here. Look at that, into the empty space. And we connect the other 6 here. That's your 66. Connected through the 7th gate into the E worlds. Now you're born into the E world, because once you reach the heavens through the 7th gate, you drop down over here, and this area over here, right? And this area over here completely, and this one split up between these two worlds, is the 9th area. And not for me to tell you, but it was built that way, and it was built into the games we play, right over here. We are going to get what is the 2 and 3 over what is 5 and 4 equaling to 5 and equaling to 9, where we are going to get the 1, the 6 and 3 equaling to 9 over what is the 1 and 4 equaling to 5, knowing that the 2, 3 and the 1, 4, that's that passage. That's oh yeah, that's that passage over here. This area over here, okay, that's number 14. Now this one here is going to be your Y chromosome, and this passage over here, right? This one's going to do this. Okay, this one is going to do this. X and Y chromosome right over here, and this will be number 14, and this one will be 23. Now we're going to take a look and see if that's true, because it's built into the games, right? So since it's built into the games, if you follow, you can let me see if I can show you with my hand. Hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, we're going to go here. See this over here? See that Y over here? Okay, it's over here. Yes, okay. See, you see, follow my finger, right? Go to the, continue on from my finger. There's a Y. I'm going to show you with the mouse. I'm not sure if you see the mouse. Right over there, right? Let me see if I can show you with my, right here. There's a Y and an X. Number 23, number 14. Sorry, it's on the wrong side. Well, it's 14 anyways, but the Y is this way. Why? Because here it's 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. That's how I crisscross them. This area over here, it took 4 dots to create this one area. Okay? When I created the X, it took 5 dots because I needed to make sure I had 5 dots. This one would be a Mars setup for the O Canada, O say can you see? And this can be for the ex-wife, the ex-girlfriend, the ex-job. So the O Canada, right, is for the Mars. And then the X for the ex-wife is here on Earth. This will get you a 22. This will get you a Masonry 33. Understanding where the X comes in, right, where we're creating the 3 area over here for one area. So every number comes in a cube in this one. Unlike this one over here, every number comes out 2 squared. So the Mars comes out 2 squared unless you're creating with the X over here. So then we're going to be talking about the Earth's creation of all the X's, right? Along the lines of happy and sad, what we were taught, are you glad or mad? If you really knew what you didn't have, would you be mad? Or would you be glad to know that you're here to begin sharing for the first time? There have been many others scattered around. Everybody picked the same thing up and had the same idea, but nobody got together. We've broken so far apart around the world, we can't see our reflection. But now the computer brought us back together. But we should have never been apart. It's like a cat doesn't want to go into the car. Just 1 second. Just want to see for my first day, somebody try to call me. Okay, I'm going to just call them back. Let's take 3 minutes because it's important. Yeah. No, I already have it in the car. I'll be back. Let me see. Did I get? Okay, yeah. I gotta go away for a day and help out my brother-in-law. What does it mean to help out? Help out. Help! Help! We both see. Let me tell you one thing. There's nothing that I'm saying here that I can say to him, but somehow he never watches any of my stuff and asks me these crazy questions, right? Well, they're not crazy. They're fantastic questions, right? I just find it crazy. It's like, I can't believe he's asking me a question like in my world. And like whatever I answer, are they ready to consciously debate it by thinking what's involved in the reality that has been spoken by another, misunderstood by another? Okay, so I just lost all my comments here. 33 backbones, God, dog, flip, script, law, wall. Yes, write this down. This is for the English people. We have the law, but you can say it's a wall. You can also say the wall is just part of another word, like lawful, right? Or empty. Empty is the 33 Masonry trademark. Okay? It's a timestamp. At the same time, you're going to say oil. Because when you say oil in French, you write O-I-L. This way it says law. Oil is law. Backed by oil. Money backed by oil makes it law. 9 and 15. 3 times 3 and 5 times 3. 9 and 15, 24, 36. The law of 36. The outer rim of 6. Only 6. 7, 8, 9. How does it create it? We're going to call Pluto 1. We're going to call Neptune 2. We're going to call Uranus 3. We're going to call Saturn 6. Where were the heavens that we were born onto and transferred? Okay, I'm going to check out the camera. Okay, I'm going to check out the camera. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, let me see. Well, first of all, the other camera. The other camera is not working. Hey, bud, you know what? If it's scratchy, I guess I'm going to lose out, and you're going to just have to come back another day. Sorry to say that. And I always repeat myself. You know, I'm really sorry that I'm hurting, you know, the connection. I want you to tell me if my sound is any better now. Let me know. Let somebody like me know if my sound is any better now. See, I believe the way the connection goes, it's the heavens of Venus, 2424, 66. The heavens of Venus, 12. 4 plus 4 plus 2 plus 2 plus 5. So we're going to do this. I hope I don't blank out right now. Okay. Here is where it is. Let me see if I can. I didn't want to do it on this page. Maybe I can do it on the back. Yeah, okay. Venus is 2468. Venus is 2468. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's Venus. Boom, 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 boom. Venus is the queen bee. When you're counting dots this way, or lines, let's count. 1 dot, 2 dots, 3 dots, 4 dots. That's going to equal to a total of 10. Now we're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4. It went one at a time, plus 2, plus 3. They went in sequence. But when I count dots this way, it's not the same thing. When I put Venus up on this angle over here, right, and I start counting dots, I count a dot here and then a dot here. And Venus makes it all equal onto all sides, right? And this is what happens. I have 1 dot, and then I have 3 dots, and then I have 5 dots, and then I have 7 dots. So in this world over here, I'm going by ones. I'm interfering with the half area. If you want to see the ace that we know so much about, but if you actually look at the ace, they're doing this. They're cutting everything through the half area, right? In Monopoly, you cannot create an ace other than in the corners unless you're going on angles. So what I'm going to do with this ace now, okay, is the only time we can actually create an ace is when we end up with this dot in between, because we know how the ace area is chopped up. So we have a left angle and a right angle, and we call it the delta angle. We call it the delta angle because in the Greeks, they go, what is it? I like to go aleph, bet, gamma, delta. And in the Hebrew, right, in the Hebrew, they go aleph, bet, gimel, dalet. They're saying 7474. In the word God is 74. In the word energy is 74. In the word 47 beast, 4 and 7. We run our cycles with 7, 4, and 1. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. 1 and 1 is 2. 4 and 4 is 8. B-E-H on the cross. Number 4 is inside of 4, 5, and 6. But only inside 5 and 8 and not inside of 2. The heavens of Venus, we live on that flat and into the waters. I'm going to show you this again, and then we're going to get to number 33, 22, 11. Also to note 111, 222, 333, where they can be found. What are they telling us? Where do they come from? Oh my God. And you do know that O-N-E is 1. In French, it's U and N. And in Spanish, it's uno, using the same language, just using that language, how the letters and the sound of the letters evolved. What happened? What is my voice? What am I projecting? What is the vibration coming off of an English person or a Spanish person or a French person, other than where the beginning of these letters began? Because if they say the letter A came from Greek, show me what the difference is of how I say it and how you say it. What's going on, right? And it's still the first letter. So I'm going to put it in the same situation and call it where it belongs, first. I'm going to put B where it belongs, second, alpha, beta. Hey, it's old. All I need is A and B to know that the next number is created from it. And if you mirror the world, you have to make it larger. And if you interfere with it, you have to put an operator space on the cross to interfere and control all these worlds. So although your worlds have no control, maybe you want to add the control into all the world of air space that we live. I'm going to take 1 minute to breathe. Take 1 minute to breathe. Hopefully one day, there's going to be a day that's going to come. It's going to happen that somebody's going to be out there and we're going to put a program together to be able to learn how to read, right? I'm going to share with you for nothing. I'm just looking for those of you who can to help buy me a coffee or in any other means, that would be fine. Sharing these videos to find truth will stop the fighting. That we will be blind to what we believe our differences are, because they're not. They're not. The normal human man and woman on this planet, okay, are conscious of a huge unanimity, want peace to shake hands, for things to be fair, how to learn what is fair, and not to be always what is at the war of fair. Not to charge the fair. Be grateful for the dog and cat within thyself. Be thankful for the dog and cat within thyself. When I look at my cat, I say to myself, my cat. Cat equals to the four parts of who I am. My dog, my soul. My canine from my creation and my 9 birth. 11, 1 times 1, 1 plus 1, 2 and 1 equals to 11. Creation of you. A wing that we didn't finish to speak. That when we put 5 and 12 together, our 512 memory, the 5th letter and the 12th letter, I forget where I just saw this 2 minutes ago. And remember, we put a wing onto this in adding the man. And we can find this when you look at the game of Monopoly. If you can figure out how to design the board game Monopoly, right? If you had to choose a board of Monopoly, would you choose this one or this one? Yeah, pretend there's 40 around. Well, Monopoly is this one over here. It's not this one and it's not this one. This one also, we have to remove this to create this. Meaning that I showed you the full expansion, but it's either these two come down, crushing out the center here, or these two come in, crushing out the center. Meaning that if I bring this wall and this wall over this center over here, I'll still have this over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I bring this one over to this one, I'll have 6, right? But I'll still have my center over here. Sorry, I'll still have the center over here. I'll have 7 by 6. So when they're saying 7 by 6, you can automatically see that 7 is overlapping 6, or 6 is playing home into 7 area spaces. How can I explain that? It's like, here's my life, and no matter what I do in life, look at that, I'm in the life, and one part of me, okay, is always connected to the heavens no matter what I do. Otherwise, I'm in the game, and I'm only moving in the game of life. I'm that 2 squared. I'm the 2 squared moving inside the 3 cubed and the 2 houses, and I'm moving all the way around. And then after 8 cycles of 3.5 of moving all around, 28 cycle of the moon, I change from that astrological sign into the next astrological sign. Just note, the first astrological sign and the 4th astrological sign and the 7th astrological sign. Let me look this up for 1 second. The rat, the rabbit, the horse, and the rooster, compatibility. Is the rat compatible with the rooster? As friends, the rooster and the rat do well. Okay. Now note that the rat is the first zodiac sign. It's also the 13th sign equaling to 4. The 4th zodiac sign is the rabbit or the cat, and the cat happens to be one of the friends with the rat. But once you go where the friends of the cat might be the horse, right, or noted to be the horse, cat and the horse zodiac sign, how are the cat and the horse, or the rabbit and the horse in the Chinese zodiac? Are the rabbit and the cat the same in the zodiac? Do horses and rabbits get along? The male rabbit and the female horse have a lively but maybe difficult compatibility. Horse rabbit what is the enemy sign of the cat? Here it says, what is the enemy sign of the cat? The cat is the fourth animal symbol in the 12th year zodiac, Vietnamese, blah, blah, blah. Rabbits are attributed to the cat. Cats are in the conflict with the rat. Now, you see, there was another one that I read that told me that the rabbit, okay, gets along. But now, okay, A, B, C, D, where the D is the other side of your A, B, C, D, 10. So within the house of 10, they're telling you that they don't get along. So let me look at this again. I'm going to ask it again. Are the rabbit and the what are the rats what are the friend signs of the rat?
According to Fortune Wonder, the secret friend of rat is the ox. Its allies are dragon and monkey. For RAT people, display your secret friends and allies in the north to ease your year ahead. Remove all obstacles, improve networking, and reap the most benefits.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. You see, it shows the dragon. The rat is with the dragon. Let's write this down. You can look it up after. I'm just going to do this off the top of my head, right? See my phone is over here? I'm going to do this off the top of my head. We're going to do this, right? We're going to do rat, dragon, and monkey, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to do ox, and then we're going to do snake, and then we're going to do rooster. And then we're going to jump on next. We're going to do tiger, which is like a cat, but the cat was supposed to be in the rabbit's position. And then we're going to go over here to dragon. Nope. I don't know why I just did that. I don't know. I just made a mistake here. This is wrong. It's tiger, horse, and tiger, and then yes, and the dog. And then we're going to go to the rabbit, and then we're going to go to the goat, and then we're going to go to the pig. And over here after rabbit, we're going to go to the dragon. So once you get to the dragon, your cube is finished. Your six sided your cube are finished. We're going to bring the dragon over to the rat, right? Did we do that? That's wrong. Yeah, the dragon over to the rat. So we have the dragon, okay, and then we have the rooster. And after the rooster, we have, did we get to the ox? Let me see. Let me add 6, 10, 14. Wow. How is this at the ox? Did I miss something? Tiger, rabbit, dragon. Wait a second. Dragon. No, this is supposed to be. I am in trouble now. I'm going too fast. I'm going too fast and I got no eraser. So I'm just going to redo this and do dragon. Right? And then we have to go to dragon. Right? Then we have to go to monkey. And then we have to go to rat. So what is this? What did I just do? Well, I just did the shuffle. I just did the shuffle. I went 1, I added 4. So I went from rat over to dragon. I went from rat over to dragon. Then I went another 4. So I went over to monkey. And it just keeps rotating. You keep going 4, every fourth one you rotate. So if I did 1, 5, and 9, I did 2, 6, and 10. I did 3, 7, and 11. 3, 7. Wait a second, that one was wrong, right? We're going to do this A. We're going to do B. We're going to do C. We're going to do D. And then that was wrong. And then it was E, right? And then after that, we had to do snake, rooster, and then we're going to go ox. So all of these are going to, you know, So they all come with their numbers, right? This is 54. This is going to be a number with the sun, right? 2 letters. 3 letters, okay, is going to be with Venus. Venus brings in the moon. So we can see what happened with these zodiac signs, right? All you have to do is look them up and figure out the numbers. They're all located in here, and you can see why and what's going on with your numbers. You can understand your analytics from your zodiac sign and then refer to how they come together through numbers. You can tell what world they're in at that time of their spin or whatever else it is. Also to note, there's mathematics with this. In this one over here, you have 11, 12, and 14, 2, 3, and 5. In this one over here, you have 5, 2, and 3, 5, 2, and 3. So let's do this again. You have 5, 2, and 3. Let's mark that down. And over here, you have 5, 2, and 3. Then over here, you have 5, 2. Let's not do that one. Over here, you have 7, 7, and 5. So I know it's going to have a power communication electric moon inside of this one. This one over here is 5, 2, and 8. So I know this is going to be running with the Earth cycle of the moons. This is 52 for the Earth. I also know it runs with 6. I also know it goes for the 28 cycle of the moon, right? Or 6 days a week by 28, which creates the week instead of 7 by 24. Then we can go over to the rad 39 and 59 and 83, which is 3, 5, 3. Okay, this is going to have to do with the compensating energy outside of the pole, right? 3.5 is the heart of the pole inside a cube. And then you end up with 39, 50, and 110. So that'll be 352. Okay, 353, 352. And that's how the numerics set up, right? 523, 352, 352. You can see the way the combinations all set up. Inside creation, inside the heavens, this is 775 into the E word, but we could have put any one of these numbers first. It can be 828, any combination, but then there's a whole story going on with what goes first. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to back up, right? I want to back up and talk about how 11, 22, and 33 came together. First, we're going to take a 1 minute stoppage for any questions that somebody might have. I'm going to just put this out in front here. Just want to go ahead and see my, I just want to see this one channel over here. Where am I? Okay, in Rumble. I just want to see if anybody's there at all. Even though I ask everybody to, I'm going to say, I put come to my YT. Mr. Tackpans. Oh yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. Just give me 1 second over here. So just to remind you that this is what I found. Now I'd like to work on this. Now I can be freaking right off and meaning absolutely nothing over here. Okay, this can mean absolutely nothing over here. But I mean 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean I see it. You see the 4. You know it's not the Rubik's Cube. Unless you miss another wing. When you add another wing on here, you then get this corner here will be the heart of Rubik's Cube when you add a ring to it. But this is 8. So if you add on to Rubik's Cube, right? When you add on a rim, when you add on 1 rim to this, meaning you cover 3 sides only. When you cover 3 sides, it goes out on an angle. Now we're going to go back to this piece over here. I was doing these dots over here. Hold on a second. I was doing these dots. If you notice with these dots, I move by 1s. With these dots, I move by 2s. Right? When I move by the singular dot, the hat on the queen hat, okay? The queen's hat runs on that angle. Knowing that is the half-life, knowing that number 1 is the half-life, is the queen. It becomes the half-life. The queen becomes the half-life. B is the circumference of all the life. Remember the bundt cake. So we have A and B coming together. We can see it here. Here you can see everything works by twos, just like with Noah. Look, no, do you read it? No AH. No AH. Is it telling me about that one or that one? No AH. Noah. In French, you say Christmas as Noel. No wings. There was another thing I wanted to mention with the L and this, right? The sounding of L is 12 minus 5, if you're looking at how you count with Roman numerals. So we can understand what's going on in here now, how the A, the sun, separates everything, that it comes from the queen. And just to remind you for something, if I join 4 areas with this, or join 4 areas of this, if I join 4 areas of this, I get this. If I join 4 areas of this, I get this. This is going to tell me just about one house, right? This will tell me about one house, look. Right, the way it's going up this way. The angle, the sergeant stripes. This one over here. The baseball field, the diamond, the pitcher's mound. Over here. So I'm trying to figure out where this EL is, because there's an EL and then there's the IL, which we spoke earlier on about this. Oh yes, I wanted to finish the 111. What it is with 17 or 71, right, is that, and do remember, they go all the way up to 91. That's the highest, but we never start at the end. You start inside 91, then 81, and 71, right? So in creation, it's 71. Your birth is in 9. You play at the gateway of the one spirit. So 60 minutes plus 11 minutes is 71 minutes equals 111. You go into the penalty box, you bring your life. Here is the K, here is the V. Isn't there something like an electricity with KV that comes together, right? 22 and 11, 33. So we have the 222, 2 times 71, 2 times 11. 3 times 11, 33, 3 times 60, 180, 333. Here, everything divides up. Right over here, everything divides up. So if we have to find a happy medium of between 180 and 190, right, we'd split it up right here. We'd use that area right here to play. Here's the 24-hour days. The 4 is opposite of the 3, and it's a 7. It's a 0.5 away from the 3.5 of the E world, the separation of time. 213, and this is 240, 284. This is the number of minutes when the cube comes to separate. Okay, let me see what I missed out. There was a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't see. Happy Days with Mr. C, R.C. Richie Cunningham, the Big C. Shall rise the wings of the eagles. The scriptures, scriptures, bits and pieces and parts of everything put together that everybody sees what they need to see. Everybody shares what they feel they need to understand more, or they feel that others should see it because it hasn't been mentioned. other than a snowflake that has fallen down to the ground where it froze on somebody's nose. Swoop, hallelujah, Bible astrology. Bible astrology, very good, right? So we have the bull is the second Taurus zodiac sign. The bull is what makes the Trinity, the bull horns that come out from bringing three circles together, right? The three circles come together. So this here shows me the Taurus right over here. Now the thing about this is when you have four, these two don't touch. If all four were equal to the heart of this, you would create a star. When you have a system of four that's equal, you're all equal to the same star. If X marks the spot, what is going on in this reality, in this virtual reality, other than this? In this one over here, right? In this one over here, this is the baseball. For me, this one over here is the football. The reason for that is we squeezed together this and kept the 2 points apart. So there's separation between, so you put your hand on the ball, so you have 2 points on this one. Right? You have 2 points. How you can hurdle the cube with inside of this, and how you can hurdle the cube with inside of this, leaving the 2 cone heads empty, creating the beehive. And then when you get to that beehive in this 6th area on the football, you end up having to look for the hash mark. Beast. 10. Before you can get the gold of your first down, where there are 11 men, right, on the grid. Iron. T, 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 tic-tac-toe, 10-20. 10-20. So now we understood what we did with this. We saw that we brought our 360 degrees at the gateway 66, which equals to 666. We don't come up to here. The cube only shows 5 sides. This is the side down, showing that once we get all our other sides, we end up right over here at the gateway of the moon. Here's the sky pass. When we're into our 5th 555 hour, or 355 minutes. Right? Did I get that right? 555. Let me see if that's right. 5 times 60 minutes is 355 minutes is 555. So it might look like 355. If you can't read, this is not 284. This is 444. So if you see 284, it can be converted to 444. You might be looking at minutes. So now we're going to go back to, take a 1-minute break, go to the kitchen, see if I can boil up some water. Just take a 2-minute break if it doesn't bother anybody. I'm going to finish off now with a value, right? With a value between the dots, okay, and the voids, connecting the 7s and 11s and showing you where 11, 22, and 33 come from. Stick with me for now. We'll be here for another few minutes. You want to test the mint. Moses Gnosis. Moses Gnosis. Moses, 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 Moses Gnosis. One is with an E, one is with an I. You brought your sister involved. The E world and the I. Why is the I for the sister involved in this? It's 515 and sister. You have the brother, the mother, the father. Why those 3 finishing with THER, but not the trans sister? Now we have the trends and the trans that are coming in to remind us of all the pieces and parts and where they fit and why they're here now. So if you learn the numbers and where everything comes up, you'll know what the transistor is, right? Isn't the transistor more in the old radio, not in the FM radio? but in the AM radio. So F6, A1, they converted to the other side of the cube. Well, we're back into another turn of this cube of 4 times 500-year cycles to get back into this cube. So the snake needs a snack and you're giving him hisses, which sounds like the K, which gives them kisses. Or you can be saying high S. How high do you go? 89. It's for A and B coming to within the heavens of one birth. And you can also say A and B coming into the 7th gate, because A and B goes with both 8 and 9, meaning the one spirit born into the heavens, bringing the two worlds together. You can say 2 and 8, which is in the cycle of the rotating moon every 28, 4 by 7, 28 days, or noted that the 21 dots on here, and it takes 28, meaning I need one cube and then part of another cube to create that cycle of 28. Give me 2 minutes, I'll be back. The snake's got hisses, bites and kisses. The K letter for 11, the H letter, the K letter for the kiss goes on the pole. The H letter goes on the ring. You know, if I learned a little bit about astrology or some tarot cards, if I look at the name of a tarot card, I can look at the name of the tarot card and write out a new story. First of all, the number of the tarot card. That'll tell me one story, right? And then if I have 52 tarot cards, well, I'll either divide them up into 2 sets of cards, or I'll use it as one whole set, or I'll break it up into 3. But how do you break up 3 sets of cards? Right? When there's an extra card, what do I do on it? I count the 1 card for everybody else all the time. Now, if there's 3 sets and it's one of each of them, I'll count each one of them, and each single card will go in rotation, joining the other sets. Like if I have 52 cards and I go 14 and I go 17, 17, 17, I have 1 extra card. From which house do I take the extra card? So I'll take out 1 from each of them and share those 3. And instead of going 52, I'll now go 49 and share these 3 cards. But now I'll have to keep interchanging a card and using a different card because we don't know which card it is unless I use the card of the same number. Anyways, to be discussed. Yes, and then if they say, well, this is 3x, whatever they say about the tarot card, there's going to be an alternative reality where it fits in with these numbers for the reason why that tarot card is saying what it does. You know the picture I showed you, right? I showed you that picture, right? Is there really any price on art? Seriously. I mean, if Da Vinci painted something, or I painted something, what does Da Vinci mean to you? What do I mean to you? Why would you buy that piece of art and spend so much money? It's ridiculous. Is it what goes on? Why do people spend so much on art? You know, I just have to think about it. You know, it's just like a little weird. It's just a little weird, right? Why would anybody spend? I mean, all you really need is gas for your car, right? Why am I wearing why am I wearing this? We buy things to complete our exhaust. We do things to complete the exhaust. We might be let's say the end result of the moving part that gets to make decisions to create, or one of them other than nature, right? But we need to exhaust ourselves. We buy gems for our mind to satisfy so we can go to sleep in peace. Okay, so now, 1 second. Where was I? Just 1 second. Just let me get this away from here. Okay, kitty cat, come on. So you know the number to the cat is number 24, right? Whoops, did I hit my camera? Okay. Yeah. So this is what we're going to do next, right? We're going to get back and talk about this cube and this calculator. Okay. When I add up all these numbers, the total here is going to equal to 45. Now, if you look at the 2, right? If you look at the 2 dot, that 2 dot is 7 and 3. So I would mark down 7 and 3. Wait a second. No. I'm wrong. That way it's 7 and 3, but this way it's 1 and 9. So you can see that the house of Venus is both bringing 2 worlds together inside creation. Now the thing is, if Venus was standing up like this, right, then we're going to go over here and find out how Venus stood up like this and what happened with Venus. Did she stand up here with Venus inside of Mars or inside of Earth? Inside of Earth. You see that, right? And then Venus stands up again inside of Earth. And then Venus stands up again inside of Earth. And then Venus, let me hold on a second. And then Venus, right, stands up again inside of Earth. So Venus now comes all the way around and goes all the way inside of Earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, but only 1 time inside of Mars. 1 Mars, 4 Earth. Mars moves inside of Earth and moves all the way around. 88. Also to note, what also happens is we need to take our numbers and I'm going to do it according to what you see over here, all right? So when you take these numbers over here, right, this is the 6th area, so this is going to get 82, and this is the 4th area, so that's going to get 66, and this is going to get 74, and then this is the 1st area, so I'm going to put 70 over here, and the 2nd area is going to get 90. I hope I did that right. And the 3rd area, which is now that area. Oh no, that was. Hold on a second. Oh no, it was the 2nd area, right? So that would be 62. So this one over here would be what the 4th area was. No, this one had to be. Oh no, that one was 70, right? This is the 7th area, and 7th area, the 86 had to move into this area over here. This is the 9th area, so the 90, what was the 2 area? Oh no, this is the 8th area, and what moved into the 8th area is the 1st area, so it was the 58, and what was in the 4th area moved into the 7th area, so that'll be 78. So when I add up this, I get 222. When I add up this, I get 222. When I add up this, I get 222. 2, 6, 12. Add 1. 9 and 7 is 16 plus 622. 58 plus 74 plus 90 equals. They're all 222. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 times 222 equals 1776. There are how many stars? There is 1 star, and then there is the 1 area, then there is the 2 area, and then there is the 3 area. And then we match this area over here. Whoop. And then I match that area over here. And now I have my system for 12, rotating in 12. I have to add on 1 more line here. When it starts over again, when you count backwards, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 3, 2, 1. And then you go 1, 2, whoop, then you go 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th area is at the heart. Equals to 10, equals to 10, equals to 5. J, E, J, it's the Jedi, because it's the 9th position that gets in place of the E world 5. So now you can actually say 19 or 91, where your 81 Venus, okay, gets encompassed with a mirror boy, 91. Remember boy, where we said oi and oyster? Well, the 3 points of the Y are the 25th letter, reverse B2. Okay, 3 by 120 equals to 360. When you create the O, you need the 4, and it'd be 4 by 90 equals to 360. Also to note that the O is the 15th letter and the Y is the 25th letter for your 512 memory, right? Mars in the house of Bait. Well, this ends up to be 6 and 7, and this will also represent Mars 51 to where it's, sorry, Mars 51, Earth 52. 5 and 2, Earth gets Y, Mars gets O. Earth, the 3 times goes to the Earth, goes to the 33. To where does come the 33? Into the master. Here comes the 33. We count the void, right? We're going to count the void to where we get 7 void and 4 void. To where we get the 3 and 4 coming together. The 3 dot, right? The 3 dot, right? We get the 3 dot over here. And the 4 dot, the 3 dot, this is, something is wrong here. This is to be the 6. No, hold on a second. Right. Hold on a second. I only wrote one answer over here. Oh, it was over here. So it's 5. Okay. So I was looking for this one here, for this 6. Okay. Because this is the void, and this 5 to the void. And then we're going to go on to the last one, right? And it is going to be the 1 and 6. So here's the 1 and here's the 6, right? Here's the 3 and here's the 4. And here's the 2 and here's the 5, right? So we can see that so far. So when we work with 1 and 6, we're going to work with the void, right? The 8 void, and the void with the 3 void. 8 and 3 void. And over here, we're going to work with the 5 and the 6 void. And over here, it's the 4 and the 7 void. It's 11, 11, 11 to the void. It is a total of 11, Here is your 11, 11, 11 master number. If you want to know more, it's going to tell you more. 11, 11, 11. How does it work? I don't know. We can talk about it. I'm not the finals. I'm only the beginning. I need to take this off. Anyways, it's stuck and I can't get it off. It lifts 500 pounds. And you tell me about magnetism. No electricity here. It's been on this a week. Ain't coming off. And it's not glued. Imagine you connected to this planet and you ain't coming off. What's going on? We should be able to eliminate weight. We need to understand magnets. This, I could put two of these together and be nothing. Right now it is, right? But these two are nothing. I mean, I can't, look, I've got 1, 2, right? But if I take them off and I did this, nothing. So we are weighted to this planet. Nobody can know anything other than what they know, and they can't know if it can do more if they don't know the science that's behind it. But if they can imagine it, then that's the first step. If you can imagine it, what has to be removed? Because we do know that there are things in this world that just float, like the mist that floats off the ground. So let's continue on. So now that we have the 11, what it is, okay, is when the dice cube is sitting this way in games, right, it's going to be 5 up and then 14 around. That's the story. That's the story. But there's also going to be a story where when there's 14 around, you're automatically, like in this situation, you have 5, 6, and 8, 3. You don't have this one because this is up and down. So the energy and the gateway is north and south right now, right? In this situation now, if we talk about this, right, which way is this 6-sided cube spinning, and can you count the void in the corner, right? I have to count all 8 corners and then the flat sides, or chop things up. So when this thing's spinning, what is the actual count of the spin? Anyways, I like to say it's 24, right? The 4 corners of each side, I just like to say it's 24. So what happens is when you have 2 sides on the pole and 1 on the ring, you'll have a total of 22. 22 will be the ring to the 14 dot. This will be the void and the dot. They're both number 4. The pole, right, is going to have a total of 11, okay? 11 void. It's going to be an 11 void. When I mathematically calculate this, now what this is it's this side here what you don't see and this side here what you don't see. There's going to be 11. 1 times 1, 1 and 1 equals to 2. 1 times 1 equals to 1. 2 plus 1 equals to 3. My 11 is my base creation of C. Now you have C, K coming together. Build me a clock. Also inside you have the L, because the 1, 2, 2, 1, clock, cluck. You can even put the word FU or puck on ice. Now when you have 22, right, the 22 becomes 2 and 2 and 2 times 2, and in all equality, 2 by 2 equals 4 and 4. So perfect, right? And these 2 couples have 1 child, and these 2 couples have 1 child. The 2 childs come out, right, and they create 1. So you'll do this and this, and then you'll add the 3 into this equation. because that's the way the equation will come out. This couple and this couple, right? They have a child each. They get married, create one. This couple and this couple, right? They have a child each. They create one. And then they come out over here. Did I get that right? This couple and this couple is one child, two child, three childs. No, I didn't want to do it that way. I'm going to just try to see how I did it to get out with three. Did I do that right? This couple has a child. This couple has a child. These two children have one child. This couple have a child. This couple have a child. These two children had one child. So we had 1, 2 creating 3, 1, 2 creating 3. That's 6. Now we take the two single childs, right, and we create one more child out of that. So I think that's 6 and 1. I think that's the way the equation would work. The 1 and 6 coming together. Anyways, let's just forget about that. The 2 times 2, 2 plus 2, okay, will total the 8. This one will total 3. It just so happens that 38, okay, is monkey. It just so happens when you play the game of Baccarat, which is all about nines, right? The 3 and 8, something special happens on it. I don't know what it is. When you have a 3 and you pull 8, it all ends. So I don't remember exactly what goes on. It's just special. So we can see what happened that with your 3 and 4, 7 will create this 11. So now what goes on here is you can see every void has a value of 5. So on the 2 dot, you have 10 value for the dots, 35 value for the void. On the 5, okay, you have the 25 value for the dot, plus the 2 10 value equals to a total of 35. When you come to the 3 and the 4, the 4, okay, has a 20 value, and the 3 has a 15 value. They equal 35. Now when you get to the 6 and the 1 dot has a 5 value, and the 6 dot has a 30 value, 35. They're all 35s. 3.5, the heart of the cube. 105, the hand of God, or I am. Then if you want to go to the voids in the same instance, here is your 8 void. Right? Now here's my 3 void. My 8 void and my 3 void. That's going to equal to 40, 55. If we go over here to the void, right, I'm going to have 30 void and 25, 55. So I have 35 and 55. Now the 55 is half of 11, and the 35 is half of 7. Living in the house of bait. Living in the house of bait. All movement might be by force. I'm just trying to remember. So electric company and sky pass. So this is basically the way. So did you understand what I just did there? That when you add all these up, right? When you add all these up, it equals to 45. So if I only use one, it's 5 and 40. If I use 2 of them, right? And now there's other things that happen, because if I use this one, then these 2, then these 3, or do I count these 3? Am I counting the way we counted with these dots? Meaning that, you remember before, if I put a dot here, dot here, dot here, go 1, 2, and then this would be 3 dots. But if I'm counting them this way, I'm counting them in a row. So it'd be 3, 3, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Then we have the cycle. Here's the 4 cycle. Here's the 4 cycle. 2 to 6, 1 to 5, 4 to 8. The 2 cycle is 6 to 8, missing 2, 3, 5, 7, missing 2, 2, 4, missing 2. So we can see all the cycles. This way is 2, this way is 4, this way is 3, this way is 1. Those are the cycles. That's what we have to understand, our 10 cycle. Let me see what else there is. So we did this. We did the zodiac signs. Yes, I wanted to I'm going to do number 33, but first I'm going to have a little drink of this tea over here. I'm going to gonna grab a nut and come back. Just gonna grab a nut. We're at 3:33. She doesn't want to be too far from the action. Oh my God. The meat in this nut. Jam is good with nuts and cream cheese. That's crazy. That's crazy stuff. That is so good. You can stuff your face all day when you take your time to start fresh. Everything tastes so much better. Even water. As Mr. Nutcat. Mr. Nutcat. Mr. Nutcat. Now we're going to get to this piece over here. Whoop. Okay, got to use the other camera. So what's going to happen over here is we're going to take this 666 over here. Let's see if I can control sharing. Let me see if I can. Okay, so what we did here is we moved these numbers around. Now 7, 11, 15, 13, 8, 9, 10, 12. What am I missing? I'm trying to figure out what number I'm missing. I'm missing a 5, right? Oh, right. That's the 7th position. So that is 14, I think. Okay. Now, 14 plus 8, 22. 9 and 13, 22. 15 and 7, 22. All of these are 22. In actuality, right, I think I have a mistake somewhere. I just have to see what it is. Okay, so when you saw over here 70, 66, and 86 come together, 80 and 60 is 140, 210, 222. Over here, okay, the 14 and the 7 does not bring in 22. It brings in 20, it brings in 21. But this row over here totals 33. This row over here, okay, which 15 and 8 equals to 23, right? This row over here equals to 33. Well, this row over here equals to 29, right? And the outside, it now equals to 42, equals to 6. To where this one over here equals to 24. So you can see these two matched up, they're all 22s, right? But the star of each one, 7, 15, and 11 will equal to 33. 14, 11, and 8 will equal to 33. 12, 11, and 10 will equal to 33. And this entire star of what is 222 to what is going to be an association of 666 is going to associate with 99. I'm not sure if I have the this picture on tap. Yeah, so I don't have it. So what I'm going to show you is that when you have 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whoop, I think I missed something. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know that the case of eggs comes 5 by 6, right? Then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we got 1, 2, 3, whoop. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? So what you have is 1, 2, 3. Whoa, we made a mistake again, eh? We didn't do here. These should have been here. So we can't count this row. Don't count that row. Just count it as a mistake, right? And then, so what we're going to end up with was 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need to do one more. Right? And then I'm going to so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it works out, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, why is my camera not on? So I got 5, right? 5 rows of 6. 5 times 6 equals to 30. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times 5 equals to 20. We have 50 stars. But this is what we have to look at. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me show you again what's going on. what's going on now. Because I have these 6 in a row, there's an area here, 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 and here that were not marked. So here I have a total of 5 that are missing on the inside. And here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm missing 6 over here. So when we recount this, right, when we recount this, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I have 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. There are 5 rows, I have 55. And then there are 5 rows, I have 55. I got 110. But if you only count from what's on the inside, right? Instead of this 5 rows over here, did I do that right? 5 rows of 4. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them on 4 rows. Did I get that right? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. Is that 4 rows or 5 rows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me see if I got that right. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 empty spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 6. 5 rows of 6. Let me see if I got that. 5 rows of 6 and 4 rows of 5. So 9 rows. Okay, so I'm going to miss here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's going to be 5 rows of 5. I'll miss 25. Now over here, if I only count the inside, right, I miss 4 rows of 4. So that'll be 16, or I'll miss 4 rows of 6 if we square it off, and that'll be 24. So if we run with this one over here, right, we get 91 areas to the star. If I run with this one over here, right, if I run with this one over here, I get 99 areas to the star. Jupiter Spirit. You follow what I'm saying? What's going on inside of here? Filling up all the areas on the 50 stars. This is what's going on. And when I count it this way, right? When you count it this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here it becomes 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 5. And here it becomes 1, 2, here it becomes 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 9. And the other way becomes 6, 5, 6, 5, 11 on this flag. So do you see what's going on this flag? The flag? Okay, let me see where I can go to next with this. I know there's a piece that I didn't talk about today. There's always something I leave out, right? Let me just go back. 512 memory into Mars. 501 Levi's. I'm not going to go back what we did earlier. Just to let you know, between the hexagon and the octagon, between the 6 and the 8, many will still know. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3, creates 6 and 9. Your 7th gate or percentage key is found on number 5. Now when you look at this, you can see the percentage sign. At the same time, this is from the design I had already done. It's done from a 9 and then a 6. 0 and 00 coming together, and then we only have 3 lines equaling to 6 for hexagon, but we didn't talk about the antennas of the towers controlled by the 8. The queen controls that. Now the question is, I make diamonds, and the singular diamond area usually represents the king. In this instant, the diamond king only has one eye. So the question is, right, should I be creating that diamond Let me see, did I get that right? Should we be creating that third element diamond, joining the two areas? That fourth line creates the 8, joining or locking up the 7th gate of the queen, the king, and the jack. The jack is the element itself between the percentage sign. You only add on the queen and the king when you start to add on this extra bar over here. The bar over here with the king being entrapped within the bar. So 1 second, I want to see, I got a message. I'm not sure if I got a message, but it never buzzes on me, so. Yeah, so what was I going to say? Okay, so soon I'll be able to read it. Cheers. Okay, just want to see if there's anything else. I just want to take my mind off of this for 1 second. See if there's any comments in here that I missed. Let me take a check on that. Okay, I can see what's going on over here. Right. Just give me a second. Let me go here. Let me go here. Let me go to this page here. The power of the clock, the content, the live. Just give me a second. I'm trying to edit. Okay. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Altered content. No. Public. Yes. There was monetization on. Okay. That's good. Okay. Whoop. Okay. Save that. Okay, so you saw what happened with that percentage sign. That percentage sign is found on the 5 key. Where I came up with the 6, 7, and 8 is when you look at the jack, it has 6 eyes, 2 and 2. Okay, now 2, remember 2. Remember our vibration is 4, 3, 2. Remember also that when we're working with 9, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9, 8, 7, 6. And everything, that S all rotates around 5. And it rotates in 7, 9, 11. And not only does it go this way, it goes this way and it goes this way. There's 3 bands of movement. Every time a band moves, okay, it moves 11 around 22. That's the band movement. 7 and 4, 6 and 7 and 4, 6 and 5, 3 and 8. 3 and 8 can only 3 and 8. You see, the thing about the dice cube is the 6 and the 5 and the 4 and the 3 have both void and dot. The 1 and the 2 and the 7 and the 8 only have the singular formation. So therefore, it's part of all the worlds that broke up all the worlds. Do you follow what I'm saying? 6 dot, 3 void, right? 3 dot, 6 void. 2 dot, 7 void, there is no 7. So it tells me it brings the 7th gate inside the 2 where the E world resides inside this 7 area. When the E world resides inside the 7th area, that's 5G. 5G TV 2022, it's a gateway. The 7th gate resides inside the house of Venus. Now, is it this way or is it this way? If it's this way, look at that, 3 and 4, right? But if it's this way, look at that, 1 and 6 into the half-life, and we're in that 1 and 6 world. The touchdown, 1 touchdown, 8 and 3. That fits in with the 8 and 3 void, which fits into the 11, 11, 11, which fits into these words. Gold, club. 88, 4 by 22, ape, go. Monkey. When you play blackjack or go to the game of blackjack and listen to them speak, the Asian ones many years ago said, monkey, monkey, monkey. I note that they begin to call for a monkey when they have a 12. You call for monkey when you have 12, you need a 10. Therefore, the monkey is the picture card. Therefore, the monkey is the 10 card. It is the angel card. It is the connection between A, B, C, D equals to 10. You now have reflection. You have monkey. Animal and man. And sign is located on number 7. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4, 6 and 8. Fox headquarters, 51. HQZ, 8. 17 is 25 and Z 26, 51. Mars. To Fox, 45. On Earth, Fox headquarters, 666. The number to man, 888. 45 and 51 in rotation, 96. 4 times 24 is a 96. That 24 is your reverse C creation. 3 and 24, which is C and X. That's sex creation. The X of which divides the 7th gate. When animal and man came in, before DNA was added, it was animal. So you have an animal, AN, but you don't have the D in the animal. What comes with the D in the animal? Because DNA, AND, you started animal. So instead of our starting animal, AN, why don't you just call it IMAL? IMAL, animal, 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 IMAL. The malware? What's malware? Maximum 2 Brazil nuts. Maximum. So, animal and man, meaning that from 6 into 8, remember, gematria or gematria went 6, 7, 8. Is it going 8, 7, 6 and inverting into man, man being lower into 6, other than into the heavens of 8? Would the stop sign tell us that we've come to the 4 corners of the crossroad where the stop sign would be? Do you follow where I'm going with this? I'm starting to blank out a little bit. But the animal and the man came together. And there's no doubt that it was said in Genesis, which is the moon and the sun coming together. GE for Genesis, NE. That NE is your AD world, where it comes into the GE, which is 7, 5, which is your 12 and 13. It's a coming of the female and the male. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2, 1 times 3, 1 plus 3 will equal to what is your 3 and 2, 5, and to what is your 4 and 3, 7. So I know the moon comes in with GE, and we've just fallen into that era since the year 57, 75, 2015, or the numeric value came back up again when it's the end of that cycle. Anyways, I think 4 hours is enough for now. Maybe I'll come on a little bit later if you say something to me, or you let me have a 2-minute break again, and let me see what else I can drum up. Yes, I want to talk about this, and I want to talk about this, okay? Harley Davidson, tiger stripes, the orange in the tiger, the stripes for judgment, the jagged stripes. The AEI rotation from the birth into the E world, divided up, 6, 7, and 8. Yep, you have anything to ask me with numbers? 4 corners, fingers and thumbs for the stop sign. So when you hold up your hand, right, Is it the palm that stops the car? What is the car looking at? Because you're not doing this. You're doing this to stop somebody. So with 5, you're talking about 8. Possibly it's a sailboat, right? I like to look at it as a sailboat. And remember, it's 8. I'm just trying to think of what a square is. A square is 4. Okay, just give me a minute. I just want to get more hot water. Let me get more hot water. Okay, let me see where we are here. Register all the work you did and no heartbeat behind the voice. Register, no trick will work on me. You're washed up, old man. Here comes the register to no trick will work on me. You're washed up, old man, as he mentions to the narrator, still just a sympathizer with pedophiles. Then the beg of the mercy of the register. Ah, that's good. The register. Wow, that's a word I haven't heard. So when you add an and in TER, I like to look at that as a half area. One of the things is when I hear ter, I see earth. When I see IS coming together, right, I and S can be looked at 1 and 5. So the quarter houses of Mars, birth in the quarter houses of Mars. It is 9 and 19 bringing 2 worlds together, equaling to 28, the cycle of a moon. If it was 56, it would be 2 moons. And if it was 84, it would be 3 moons. Okay. All the cycles run at 84. When you mirror the cycle, right, which is the 4th moon at 28 days, I don't like to add another 28 to 84. I'm going to do it anyways. It's 112, which can be looked at 4 times 2 is 8, and 4 times 8 is 32, 3 and 2 is 5, right? So when you're looking for your Venus house moon cycle and you go through the 4th cycle, if I multiply it to an individual digit, right, I end up with 4 times 2 and 4 times 8 is 32. So it's already telling me Okay, it's already telling me, first of all, this is where the mirror comes in. This is the silver matrix. Silver in matrix is 85. 58 also represents Venus. To bring it to the seventh gate, it's plus 8 minus 1. Here it's plus 2. Plus 8, here it's plus 2 for 7. So 2 and 8 is going to come together, and 2 and 1 is going to come together, because I can do to the minus side. Gold, silver, and bronze will all equal to 8. This will break down to 13 and 40 equaling to 53. 5 and 3 is 8. Although it'll then upgrade itself all the way to 29. Mr. Star Council, I don't know what you're talking about or who you're telling, but please refrain from using all these words, because it's just taking up a lot of space, you know. So, I mean, I don't really take anybody down. You can say whatever you want. It's going to have to be unanimous from the people who are in the crowd. If you want this avatar gone, let me know. It could be a bot. I don't know. There's a lot of bots out here. So if you can write A, B, C, D, maybe I'll think you're not a bot. You have a 10-second to answer the question. Otherwise, I'll think you're a bot. Welcome, Star Chamber. Are you a bot? Well, if it's a bot, I'm going to just put him on a 5-minute ban. So you do understand that when we go A, B, C, D, and when it breaks 100, I have to understand a different dimension and a different thought. It also shows me that it's number 22. It shows life. They don't all do this. Not all the numbers say this. They don't. If I put together, and don't forget, this is a little different. I just want to show you what's different about this number and some other numbers, is when I use 18 and 8, right, equaling to 26, right? I shouldn't have put that close to this. The difference in here is 10. The difference in here is 10. The difference over here, there's a 2 difference. They're each off by 1. Just give me a minute. I'm having a little stomach trouble. Yeah. Yeah. I'm having a little trouble concentrating. So, the 19 and 9, the 18 and 8, the 7 and the 17 are special because of what the French say. One becomes 6, one becomes 8, one becomes 1. I'm really having trouble concentrating. Just give me a minute. Maybe I've been on a little bit too long. There's just a bunch of things that I didn't go through. But I'm just not sure where I was, animal and man. Why I came, yes, I came to the word register, right? I came to the word register, where this, right, or this, for me represents Mars. Now Mars for me represents the time of 60. Why? Because 4 times 15 equals to 60. It moves around this house, right? Here, 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 and here, but it's dimensional, and it has to go below also. So it's 8 times that it moves around inside, from this corner to 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 this. 8 times it moves around into the house. So that's 4 by 20. Can I say it that way? 60 each time. I don't know which way I'm going to look at it, but it just moves. Just take it for my word. It moves 4, but 8 times in all. I'm just trying to remember where else I was going with this. Yes, 33. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 is what the 9 face, right, to the 3 sides, the 3 opposite sides to the 27, right, area of Rubik's Cube. 33 by 47, right, equals to 1551. So the quarter houses of Mars, in which we live our life, 8, 7, and 6, right, to what is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Just look at these numbers. This number joins this number inside of this. And then you have 8 areas around 1. I'm going to end this. I'm going to come back in a half an hour. I'm going to take a half an hour break. So I think I should end it. Or put on music, but I'm going to come back here in 30 minutes. It's 3:30. I'm coming back at 4 o'clock on the button. All right. So everybody go out and do what you want. I'm going to prepare something. I have to get my head on straight over here. I'm going to come back probably for half an hour. I don't know, but sorry about that. Peace and love, and help out the channel in any way you can. One great way would be if we can get this into a program. We can understand all the dynamics of understanding numbers, the alphabet, words that we speak, so we can show the truth that creation has been transparent forever. It's only now that after 20 years I can come back here and show you that transparency, that you can recognize it through the easiest elements from the games of everyday games that we agree on that are fair, even through the deck of cards in understanding the association. Haven't you sat and tried to figure out why they made them this way, or what's the story involved in this? A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, English, French, Greek, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. I know I found something in each one of these. I found something in Asian. I find words. ABCD, ABCD. It's like sounds like you're obsessed, right? Peace and love. Speak to you in a half an hour. Speak to you in a half an hour. So let me just put this one thing up here. The most important piece is right here. We got to meet on an island somewhere. We got to meet on an island somewhere. You know that? Because in one of my first revelations, it was Jamaica. That's right. Listen to the words. JM. Right? And TM, or empty. If you heard it's empty, it's a trademark, number 33. Everything in rotation at 33. If 31 plays inside of 33, thank you for watching.